Chapter 118. I can submit to the ninja clan. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a smile, looked at Fei Mu and Fei Yun and said, "Unless you kill Shilong and those traitors. Lord Anvo, you must not believe that brat's nonsense, he is using you." Shilong was truly frightened. He never thought that Ling Xiao would say such words. Enough. Fei Yun looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, "Although we are very fond of your talent, we will not kill people who submit to our ninja clan because of it." "Then what's there to talk about? There's no need to say any more," Ling Xiao said coldly. "To be honest, I'm very curious. What reason do you have to reject our ninja clan? Is the Ling family really that good to you?" Fei Yun asked curiously. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and then said very calmly, "Don't you think that your question is very stupid?" "What do you mean?" Fei Yun frowned. "Firstly, the Ling family didn't do me much favors, but they did give me a new lease on life. I, Ling Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. These words aren't just empty words. Secondly, I am a human, and those who are not of my race must have different intentions. You can understand what your ninja clan is thinking by looking at history. I do not have the habit of being a dog for others. Thirdly, if it was a normal day, I might really leave the Ling family. After all, there are some unfair treatment that makes me very unhappy. However, at this moment of life and death, if I were to betray you, then I would be a truly shameless person. I, Ling Xiao, am a person who does not seek to live a great life, but to have a clear conscience." His voice was very calm, and it was not that passionate. However, in the ears of the many people in the Ling family, it was like the evening drum and morning bell, shaking the heavens. Those who stayed had a reason to stay. As for those who left, many of them lowered their heads in shame. On the Ling family side, the Supreme Elder Ling Yin, who had always been prejudiced against Ling Xiao, was actually in tears. In his life, he had misjudged two people. The first was Ling Qin, who he thought highly of, but had betrayed him. One of them was Ling Xiao, who had been ostracized by him, but had stayed behind at the most critical moment of the clan. He had even used a speech that could enlighten even the apathetic to make up the minds of the 500 people who had stayed behind. "Ling Xiao, if this old man is still alive after this battle, I will definitely give my life's work to you. I won't go back on my word," Ling Yin said loudly. "Same for us." The other two Supreme Elders nodded and said. At the crucial moment, none of the three Grand Elders betrayed the clan. This made Ling Xiao think more highly of them. His previous complaints were no longer as serious. "The three of us, at least one of us has to survive and take him away," Lin Xiaotian suddenly said. His voice was not loud, and only a few people nearby could hear him. He didn't even need to ask to know who this person was. "Let's leave this matter to Ling Yin. His movement technique is the best. Forget it, Ling Yin. Remember, when you have the chance, take Ling Xiao away. Although he doesn't have the Ling family's bloodline, he is the future hope of the Ling family." These words sounded contradictory, but they weren't contradictory. A family's inheritance didn't necessarily rely on blood relations. Furthermore, as long as Ling Xiao survived, he could find a woman from the Ling family branch to marry and continue the Ling family's bloodline. "Don't worry!" Ling Yin only nodded his head lightly. Although he was injured, as a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial vein, a martial master level expert, he wouldn't lose his fighting strength so easily. "What a pity, Ling Xiao! I paved a path for you to live, but you chose to die." Fei Yin sighed and said, "You are a genius, so the ninja clan values you very much. However, you rejected the invitation of the ninja clan, so you will definitely become our enemy. Our ninja clan will definitely not sit and watch you grow, so you must die today. You want me, Ling Xiao, to die? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Ling Xiao looked at Fei Yin. Facing the oppression of the 7th level of the martial vein, he didn't flinch at all. "Ling Jiao! Ling 13! It's time for you to perform a meritorious deed. Go kill Ling Xiao." Ling Jiao and Ling 13 looked at each other with a smile. They had long wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but the ninja clan wanted to recruit Ling Xiao, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Now, it was Ling Xiao who was courting death. Kill! Ling Jiao and Ling 13, two martial artists at the 6th level of the martial vein, suddenly attacked. Their strength and movement techniques were similar, so almost instantly, they approached Ling Xiao at the same time. Ha ha! This day next year will be the anniversary of your death, and no one can save you! Ling 13 laughed excitedly, and with a shake of the long sword in his hand, the sword light pierced towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Jiao didn't say anything, he clenched his fists, obviously about to perform the Ling family's top martial arts. Indeed, no one could save Ling Xiao, because the 500 people of the Ling family were surrounded. Suddenly, Ling Xiao didn't retreat, but instead, performed the soaring cloud steps and rushed towards Ling Jiao and Ling 13. These two wanted his life, but why wouldn't he want their lives too? Now that they were enemies, why should he be afraid? Meteor swordsmanship. Tyrant Emperor's Fist. Ling 13 performed a top-notch entry-level swordsmanship. With the long sword in hand, the sword light flashed like a meteor, extremely fast. His cultivation level was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, and his meteor swordsmanship had also been cultivated to the realm of Deshang. The swift sword light was extremely sharp. Before the sword arrived, it could already make people feel a chill. Ling Jiao performed a top-notch entry-level fist technique, swinging his fists like a tyrant descending to the world, mighty and extraordinary. He was stronger than Ling 13. Not only had he reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, but his fist technique was also close to perfection. His fists, as if cast in steel, turned into two dragons, pouncing towards Ling Xiao. The reason why these two people did not practice rare or even superior martial arts was because they were not qualified enough. In this world, not everyone was able to cultivate rare and top-notch martial arts. Two experienced fighters at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein were attacking a junior at the beginning stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. Anyone could see that this was an unfair fight. It might even be a slaughter. Because of this, the people of the Ling family were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, the people who had sided with the ninjas felt that Ling Xiao was going to die, and there was no need for them to help. He's finally going to die, this guy. Ling Chong clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. Thinking back, Ling Gao's first victory came from him. So he really hated him. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would not have been humiliated like that. That's right, my dad and your dad joined hands, killing him is just a piece of cake. Ling Feng was not ashamed, but proud. Serves him right, he doesn't know what's good for him. Ling Yu was also a little excited. She followed Ling Feng and sided with the ninjas. She did not expect to see such a good show. As long as Ling Xiao was alive, she would feel humiliated and uncomfortable. She wanted Ling Xiao to die. Only death could remove the heart demon. However, these people were destined to be disappointed. Facing Ling 13 and Ling Jiao, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. So he used soaring cloud steps, fledgling dragon from the beginning, and ox demon kung fu, shape-shift at the same time. With his exquisite body movement, he skillfully dodged the joint attack of Ling 13 and Ling Jiao, gaining precious time to counterattack. This scene was extremely thrilling to the onlookers. Chapter 119. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the soul immersion state and was aware of everything. Of course, Ling 13 and Ling Jiao's attacks were very shrewd and dangerous. The two of them had been in the 6th level of the martial vein for a long time. In terms of experience and combat skills, they were more experienced and superior than Ling Xiao, Ling Qin, Li Xinghui, and the others who had just entered the 6th level of the martial vein. However, combat was not all about experience. In the soul immersion state, Ling Xiao had maximized the analytical ability of the martial soul of mountains and rivers. His judgment was extremely accurate. That was why he could use soaring cloud steps, baby dragon to successfully avoid the two's killer moves. Avoiding was not the goal, counterattacking was the key. The 4th level of the phantom swordsmanship. Facing Ling 13 and Ling Jiao, Ling Xiao decided to kill one of them first. So the moment he held the ice-glazed sword, he performed the phantom swordsmanship to the highest level that he could currently reach. At that moment, one Ling Xiao turned into 4 Ling Xiaos. Then, they stabbed at the stronger Ling Jiao with their swords. Whoosh! 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 4 consecutive sword lights condensed together, and the terrifying sword light increased by nearly 4 times. Together with the terrifying Snow Lotus Chi formula, it stabbed at Ling Jiao. Ling Jiao had his back facing Ling Xiao, and he had chosen the most foolish way. He actually tried to dodge the 4-in-1 sword light with his body movement. Unfortunately, his body movement was far inferior to Ling Xiao's. Puff! The sword light pierced through Ling Jiao's shield of vigor without any hindrance, and then pierced through his body with an extremely terrifying force. A strange chill instantly spread throughout Ling Jiao's body. Even if he did not die at this moment, his body had quickly stiffened. No! Ling Jiao's face changed drastically, and his face was full of horror. 3 clones! How could you have practiced the phantom swordsmanship to the 4th level? At the Tianfeng Grand Meet, Ling Xiao had only performed the 2nd level of the phantom swordsmanship from the beginning to the end. He had not even used the 3rd level. So it was reasonable for Ling Jiao to be shocked at this moment. He had never thought that Ling Xiao had actually held back his strength in that situation. This sword strike was basically the end for him. However, Ling Xiao would not give him any chance to live. New grudges and old grudges have been settled today. Reflect on your actions when you go to the underworld. As Ling Xiao spoke, he twisted the long sword in his hand, and a terrifying chi of vigor began to tear Ling Jiao's body apart. Ling Jiao was about to be killed. 13th brother, save me! Ling 13 had no feelings for Ling Jiao, but he would not watch Ling Xiao kill Ling Jiao. Meteor swordplay. In fact, the moment Ling Xiao suddenly chose to attack Ling Jiao, he had already used his body movement technique to chase after him. However, Ling Xiao's movements were just too fast. It was not until Ling Xiao's sword pierced through Ling Jiao's body that he arrived. This sword was fast and ruthless. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill Ling Jiao, he would have to face Ling 13's attack. Junior brother, be careful! Brother Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao, dodge! The remaining 500 people were all horrified. Ling Xiao had already given them enough surprises. Facing the pincer attack of 2 peak 6th level martial vein martial artists, he actually almost killed one of them. They were extremely impressed with Ling Xiao. But now that Ling Xiao was in danger, they really did not want to see Ling Xiao die on the spot. However, Ling Xiao did not move. The long sword in his hand still emitted a bright light, completely crushing Ling Jiao's heart into pieces. Father! Seeing Ling Jiao's eyes lose their light and slowly fall to the ground, the traitor Ling Chong let out a cry of horror and disbelief. 13th uncle, avenge my father! Ling Chong shouted angrily. Don't worry! Although Ling 13 was also shocked, this also strengthened his determination to kill Ling Xiao. It was too dangerous to let such a person continue to live. The sword pierced Ling Xiao's back. A cold smile appeared on Ling 13's face. It was good that Ling Jiao was dead. No one would compete with him for power in the future. At this moment, he felt as if he could already see Ling Xiao's miserable face, and his heart was filled with joy. Ever since Ling Xiao injured his son, Ling Xiao, he had always wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But within the family, Ling Xiao was still protected, and he could not do it. Now that he finally had the chance, it seemed that God really had eyes. Junior brother! At that moment, Ling Yixue revealed her true feelings. Her entire aura changed, and her long black hair turned completely white in an instant. Her aura was constantly rising. Perhaps when Ling Xiao was alive, she did not dare to express her feelings like this. But the moment she saw Ling Xiao stabbed by Ling 13's sword, all the feelings hidden in her heart completely emerged. She really did not want to lose this junior brother. She did not want to. She would rather die. What's wrong with that woman? At this moment, even Shi Long was shocked. Ling Yixue's strength had increased too quickly, it was simply unreasonable. Peak level 5 martial vein. Early stage level 6 martial vein. Middle stage level 6 martial vein. Late stage level 6 martial vein. Peak level 6 martial vein. She was still improving. The Spiritas. Fei frowned and glanced at Shilong. No need to wait any longer. Kill that woman quickly. She is a Spiritas, and the Spiritas bloodline in her body has awakened. She has used a secret method to improve her cultivation. If this continues, I'm afraid it will only stop when she reaches level 7 martial vein. Protect Ling Yixue. With Ling Xiao dead, Ling Xiaotian decisively chose to protect Ling Yixue. The Ling family had to leave a seedling, even if he was not of the Ling family's bloodline, as long as he had the soul of the Ling family. The spirit of the Ling family. What's the hurry? I'm not dead yet. Just as the battle was about to break out, a sudden voice rang out. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? Am I seeing things? There are actually 2 Ling Xiao, and they don't look like the shadow clones of the phantom swordsmanship. This is too weird. It was indeed weird. At this moment, Ling 13's sword pierced through the body of one of Ling Zhao's. However, that was just Ling Zhao's martial soul avatar. The martial soul avatar was enough to kill the dying Ling Jiao. So when Ling 13's sword pierced him, his real body was no longer there, but hiding in the mountain river world. There was a prerequisite for Ling Xiao to hide in the mountain river world. One was that he must have a martial soul avatar in the outside world. Once the martial soul avatar was destroyed, he could not continue to stay. But this was enough. Before the martial soul avatar was destroyed, Ling Xiao had already come out. Hiding was just a means. What he needed to do was to kill Ling 13. At this moment, he was standing behind Ling 13. With a gentle thrust of the ice-glazed sword, the sword pierced through Ling 13's throat. He did not use any moves. Because Ling 13 was not on guard. In this situation, even a 3-year-old child could kill Ling 13. After all, a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein did not have vital essence to protect his body. He could not block the sharpness of a mortal-grade sword with just his chi shield. Not to mention, the ice-glazed sword also contained Ling Zhao's terrifying snow lotus chi shield. How could this be? Ling 13's sword fell to the ground, and he slowly fell. The life in his eyes quickly disappeared. Until his death, he did not understand how Ling Xiao appeared and how he was killed. He was not the only one who did not understand. Many people did not understand. Chapter 120. Kid, I'll kill you! Seeing Ling Xiao easily kill Ling 13 and Ling Jiao, Fei Mu panicked. Although Ling 13 and Ling Jiao were just 2 dogs that had just submitted to the ninja clan, one had to look at their master before beating them. Fei Mu could tolerate this. But the hot-tempered Fei Mu couldn't. Among the 4 great families, he was the only one who destroyed the Wang family. This showed how hot-tempered and cruel he was. Fei Mu shouted as his body turned into a ghost. His appearance and figure couldn't be seen clearly as he approached Ling Xiao at a terrifying speed. Ling Xiao had just killed Ling 13 and Ling Jiao. He was definitely qualified to be called Tianfeng City's #1 genius to kill 2 experienced peak level 6 martial vein experts. However, Fei Mu was a martial vein level 7 martial vein martial artist. Everyone knew. There were a total of 9 martial veins. Every 3 martial veins was a stage for a martial artist. From the first to the third, it was the awakening stage, called Wuxing, where the body condensed true qi. From the 4th to the 6th, it was the cultivation stage, called martial disciple, where the body condensed true qi. From the 7th to the 6th, it was the qi explosion stage, called martial master, where the body condensed true qi. Ling Xiao could defeat a peak level 6 martial vein martial artist, but against a level 7 martial vein martial artist, he had no chance of winning. He wasn't stupid, so he chose to dodge. Using soaring cloud steps, fledgling dragon to the extreme, he fled in the opposite direction. Compared to Fei Mu, Ling Xiao was more familiar with the Ling family's terrain. Since he was stuck, he planned to use the Ling family's terrain to deal with this level 7 martial vein martial artist. Was a martial master really unbeatable? How would he know if he didn't try? Ling Xiao would never believe it. After all, victory and defeat were not absolutely related to one's realm. Fei Mu was extremely fast. Even if Ling Xiao used soaring cloud steps, fledgling dragon to the extreme, he was still much slower than his opponent. According to the calculation of the mountain and river martial spirit, he was at least twice as slow. If he wasn't more familiar with the terrain. If he didn't escape earlier, Fei Mu would have caught up to him. So fast. Too fast. There was no way to distance. Once a martial artist reached the chi explosion stage and ignited their true essence, their speed would increase to a terrifying level. During the thrilling chase, the flying tree almost touched Ling Xiao a few times. However, Ling Xiao relied on his perfect calculations under soul imprint, and was always able to suddenly change directions at the most crucial moment, causing Flying Wood to go crazy. Not only that, at the moment of life and death, Ling Xiao was also going all out. The gang qi in his body was running wildly, and a gust of wind blew in the mountain-river diagram. His speed had actually increased by a few notches above his original limit. Under the immense pressure, his snow lotus art of qi broke through the shackles and reached the 8th level, which was close to perfection. This brat must die! Originally, Flying Wood thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die if he made a move. However, it seemed that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. With such a terrifying talent, if he was still alive, he would definitely be a huge threat to the ninja clan. The shinobi clan wants to monopolize the entire human territory, so they can't leave any uncertain factors behind. Ling Xiao die! Thinking of Ling Gao's terrifying future, Flying Wood felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly increased the intensity of his true essence burning. One had to know that even for martial masters, there was a safety limit when they ignited their true essence. Martial masters of different levels only had a certain limit when they ignited their true essence. If they exceeded this limit, it would cause a huge burden to their body and even cause a backlash. Flying Wood was only an early-stage 7th level martial vein realm martial master, so the limit of his true essence burning was not high. At most, he could burn about 10% of his true essence. However, in order to ensure that he could kill Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to burn 20% of his true essence. His body emitted a strange sound. It was the sound of his body crying out after exceeding the limit. Flying Wood didn't care so much. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, even if there was a burden or even a backlash, it was worth it. Otherwise, this brat was as slippery as a loach, and he wouldn't be able to deal with him in a short time. If he really let him escape from under his nose, that would be too embarrassing. Under the condition of burning 20% of his true essence, a long staff appeared in Flying Wood's hand. He suddenly swept it towards Ling Xiao with the force of a thunderbolt. The terrifying true essence storm shattered the buildings and plants around Ling Xiao. Even the bluestone slabs on the ground were sent flying and shattered. Soaring dragon fledgling! It seemed that Ling Xiao, who was in midair, had no place to borrow strength and could only endure the terrifying power of this staff. However, just as Ling Xiao's body was about to fall, a golden light shone from his body. His entire body turned into a golden dragon that soared into the sky, instantly rising more than 20 meters. With just this, he completely avoided Flying Wood's attack. After all, Flying Wood originally thought that Ling Xiao would fall to the ground, so the power of his attack was aimed at the ground. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined such a scene. Damn brat! Flying Wood's staff missed, and a wisp of bright red blood seeped out of his mouth. He didn't need to do this, but because he was too anxious to kill Ling Xiao, he ended up with internal injuries. Let's see how long you can hide! Flying Wood was already close to madness. A dignified martial master actually couldn't take down an early-stage 6th-level martial vein cultivator after half a day. If this were to spread, it would really make people laugh their heads off. As a result, The fierce wind of the staff attack covered the sky and covered the earth as it attacked Ling Xiao. This scene, in the eyes of the bystanders, was all dumbfounded. They were not shocked by Flying Wood's terrifying destructive power, because everyone knew how terrifying a martial master was. They were shocked by Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had no way of retaliating against a martial master's attack, the fact that he had been able to withstand the attacks of a martial master for such a long time without suffering any injuries was enough to make him famous if word got out. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's performance was too eye-catching, so much so that Ling Yixue's transformation was overlooked. No one knew that Ling Yixue's realm was still increasing. In her mind, a sealed door had been torn apart due to her anger. What emerged from behind the seal was a terrifying soul force that did not match her age. It should not belong to her. But at this moment, it had become the key to her advancement. However, this advancement came at the cost of her vitality. Her hair was completely white, which was the most obvious characteristic. Fei Yun did not launch an all-out attack because, in his opinion, exterminating the Ling family was a done deal. What he was considering now was whether he should help Fei Mu kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's potential had already made him feel a huge threat. Flying Wood was still attacking Ling Xiao fiercely. However, the staff shadows filled the sky, and the attack was so terrifying that it almost destroyed the entire space. However, it could not hurt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too slippery. He was really like a loach. Every time, he would be able to dodge the staff shadows at the weakest point. Even if he was swept by the staff shadows, with the strong defense of the 9 transformation golden body technique, he would not be injured at all. The only troublesome thing was that his clothes were too bad. The clothes on his body were torn and tattered again, making him look like a beggar. Chasing clouds, chasing shadows. Suddenly, Flying Wood's move changed. The original staff shadows all disappeared, and all the true origin condensed on the wooden staff, condensing into a true origin shock wave. Chapter 121. It seemed that his previous attacks were just probing. The cloud-chasing shadow was the real killing move. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. If it were most 6th-level martial artists, they would have died without a doubt. There was no chance of survival. However, Ling Xiao was still calm. Even at this moment, his eyes were still staring at Fei Mu, making Fei Mu's hair stand on end. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't admiring Fei Mu's battle. He was using the Mountain River martial spirit's analytical ability to find Fei Mu's weakness. It was impossible for any martial artist to not have a weakness. Especially at the moment of attack, the weakness was especially obvious. The stronger the attack, the bigger the weakness. Suddenly, Ling Xiao made his move. He didn't dodge anymore. Instead, he slowly extended a finger. Terrifying finger! When this move was used, it was as if the entire space had frozen. Although it was only for a moment, Fei Mu's attack was already blocked. Not only that, but at that moment, Fei Mu's eyes were unfocused, as if he had lost his soul. That's right, this was the terrifying finger that Ling Xiao had learned from the blue-clothed woman. Although he hadn't fully grasped the blue-clothed woman's move, the terrifying finger that he had refined from that move had directly dealt a double blow to his body and soul. Human martial artists, after losing their martial spirits, had basically given up on cultivating their souls. Therefore, even if he was a 7th-level martial vein martial master, his soul power was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. Especially when he was caught off guard by Ling Xiao's finger attack, his soul was injured and he instantly lost control of his move. The wind-chasing shadow completely lost its aim and flew into the distance, brushing past Ling Xiao's sleeve. Boom! In the distance, the top of a small mountain was directly shattered. The terrifying power was evident. At the same time, a horrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Fei Mu, who should have been pierced in the head by Ling Xiao's terrifying finger, actually didn't die. A tree appeared behind his body. It was a big tree that looked like a cherry tree. The image was very clear and did not seem like an illusion. It was this cherry tree that had blocked Ling Xiao's sure-kill attack. What a pity, I only had one chance to kill him, but I didn't expect that his ninja soul would block it. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. The only reason why his terrifying finger was effective was because the other party didn't know about it, and wasn't prepared for it. If Fei Mu was prepared, then with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to hurt Fei Mu. That was why he felt that it was a pity. That was the closest he had gotten to killing Flying Wood. Fei Mu, be careful! Just as Flying Wood rejoiced that he had dodged a bullet, and was about to take revenge on Ling Xiao, he suddenly heard a scream behind him. He subconsciously turned around to take a look. It was a white figure. Her clothes were as white as snow. His hair was as white as snow. So beautiful. How terrifying. With just a glance, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and his ninja soul let out a cry of pain. What the hell? Ling Xiao originally wanted to see what was going on, but the mountain and river martial spirit suddenly produced a terrifying tearing force, and then, the ninja soul in Fei Mu's body was forcefully pulled over by him, and then sucked into the mountain and river world. There doesn't seem to be any discomfort? Not good, senior sister Yishui is in danger. He raised his head. Although Ling Yishui had shockingly killed Fei Mu, Fei Yun had pounced forward. Ha ha! If you want to kill the two of them, you have to pass through this old man first. At the critical moment, Ling Xiaotian made his move. He stopped Fei Yun, causing Fei Yun to be so angry that he could do nothing but stare. Kill! Kill for me! Destroy the Ling family for me! Fei Yun was truly enraged. He gave the order to attack. Swish, swish, swish. The terrifying whistling of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. One by one, they covered the sky like locusts. Above the Ling family, thousands of arrows tore through the sky, pouncing towards the remaining 500 people of the Ling family. Like a poisonous snake, the sharp arrows tore through the hearts of the people of the Ling family, and also tore through the bodies of the Ling family members. However, at this moment, in the face of such a terrifying rain of arrows, no one in the Ling family retreated. They knew that if they crowded together they would die. If they fled, they might as well kill to their heart's content. Killing one would be worth it. Killing two would be worth it. What's more, once people were mixed together, this rain of arrows would become meaningless. Kill! Ling Wuhan raised a long sword in his hand and swept across the air, instantly shattering countless arrows. After all, the arrows shot by a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein were not very powerful. It was relatively easy for him, a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, to deal with them. Kill, kill, kill! Although there were few people, the earth-shaking shouts of killing were not small. Ling Yihong, Ling Zhan, Ling Shuang, and the other 500 warriors of the Ling family, they did not choose to surrender even at the most dangerous moment. They swore to live and die with the Ling family. Traitors were afraid of death, after all. Those who betrayed the Ling family, at this moment, facing the 500 warriors whose eyes were red, actually lost the courage to fight. In the first wave of attacks, those traitors were almost no match for them. Ling Chong was killed! Ling Tai's Ho was killed! Ling Yu died under a flurry of blades! Ling Feng was lucky enough to escape a calamity, but in the end, he still died under Ling Yihong's long blade. Ling Yun was also killed by Ling Shuang and Ling Zhan. This genius, who was once ranked second in the Ling family's genius hall and was the first to possess sword intent, was even worse than a dog. Dying in battle with the infamy of a traitor was laughable and hateful. However, there were too many enemies. The traitors were afraid, but the warriors of the Shi and Li families were not to be trifled with, especially since there were many experts among them. Once they joined the battle, the 500 warriors of the Ling family also suffered heavy casualties. On the battlefield, Ling Xiaotian and Fei Yun stood together. However, from the corner of his eyes, he could see the good sons and daughters of the Ling family falling to the ground one by one, lying in a pool of blood. Facing this slaughter, his strength was too limited. Although he could be considered the strongest among these people, it was useless. Fei Yun, together with ninja spirit, could still easily hold him back. He was simply unable to save others. The three grand elders of the Ling family also faced their respective opponents. Just the martial masters of the Li and Shi families were enough to keep them busy. Even if the strongest, Ling Yin, could fight against two martial masters and hold back two martial masters, the three of them could only hold back four martial masters. As for the Li and Shi families, including Li Yunxing and Shi Long, there were a total of 8 martial masters. The remaining 4, including Li Yunxing and Shi Long, all rushed towards Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. Even so, there were still too many experts from the Li and Shi families. They all attacked and surrounded the remaining people from the Ling family. It was a one-sided massacre. This scene caused the eyes of the three grand elders to almost split open. However, they had no choice. Ling Xiaotian also had no choice. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue being able to hold back 4 martial masters was already heaven-defying. It was impossible for them to do anything. In a short period of time, the Ling family was covered in blood. Ling Yiheng, Ling Zhan, and Ling Shuang were all covered in blood. The few young masters who did not betray the Ling family were also covered in injuries. This battle was destined to be a tragedy. It was impossible for them to win. However, since they chose to stay, there was no reason to retreat. Even if there was only 1 drop of blood left, they had to continue fighting. On the 4th floor of the Ling family's library. Chapter 122. Tianfeng City, Ling Family. Novel. The blood had already gathered into a river of blood. The glaring sunlight shone on the river of blood, causing people to feel dizzy. Of the 500 warriors who had sworn to protect the Ling family, only a little more than 100 were left. Of course, the enemy had paid a heavier price than this. The battle was still going on, and no one knew how long this fierce battle would last. Perhaps it would end when all the Ling family members were dead. Without strength in this world that was dominated by martial arts, one was simply in a precarious situation. Human life was actually so fragile that it could not even withstand a single blow. It was like a leaf floating in the wind, easily torn into 2 pieces with a casual tear. Who? Ling Xiao let out a long breath. He did not find his grandfather Hong Qi and Ling Luo's figures. Perhaps they were dead? Or perhaps they had hidden away? He did not know. But not seeing their corpses did not make him feel completely hopeless. If one observed carefully, they would be able to discover that the family members of those who had pledged their allegiance to Second Master Ling had all disappeared. Second Master Ling really had foresight that did not match his strength. If he was the patriarch of the Ling family, perhaps Ling Xiaotian's tragedy would not have happened. After Ling Xiaotian had rejected Fei Yun's persuasion, Second Master Ling Wuhan had sensed that something was wrong. He used his fastest speed to hide all the people in his courtyard who did not have any fighting strength in the underground secret room. At least for now, those people were still alive and would not die in vain. Fight. Fight until the last drop of blood flowed out. Ling Xiao did not intend to hide anything, because he knew that if he did not use his full strength today, the next one to die would definitely be him. Senior Sister Yixue, dodge! A loud shout rang out. Ling Xiao made a shocking move. He gave up on escaping and decided to use his body to attract the attacks of the 4 martial masters. He could not watch Ling Yixue be killed. He also could not watch the 4 martial masters free up their hands to deal with the other Ling family members. Of course, he was not sending himself to death. He dared to do this because he still had the confidence to save his life. What can you do? Shi Long looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, but his attack suddenly stopped. Li Yunxing and the other 2 martial masters also stopped attacking. These people weren't stupid. They knew that Ling Xiao was a crafty fellow. Flying Wood's death just now really shocked everyone. They didn't want to become the second flying tree. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just looked at Shi Long and the others indifferently. There was no hatred or fear in his eyes, only coldness. It was as if he had no emotions at all. He really wanted to see through the bodies of these people and see if their hearts were black. How could they be so cruel and heartless? They were all humans, but they were willing to serve the invaders and kill their own kind. This brat is strange. Even a martial master of Shilong's level felt goosebumps when he saw Ling Xiao's ice-cold eyes. Not only were those eyes cold, but they were also deep, as if they contained a vast and boundless world. It was impossible to tell what the owner of those eyes was thinking. What? The dignified Shi family patriarch is actually so scared when facing me, a mere martial artist in the early 6th level of the martial vein? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Brat, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The three of you, go and kill that woman. Shilong was furious. He was a dignified martial master in the 7th level of the martial vein. To be looked down upon by a junior who was still wet behind the ears was simply a disgrace. He had already seen Ling Xiao's terrifying finger, just now. He believed that it was definitely Ling Xiao's strongest move. As long as he was careful, he would definitely be fine. He snorted coldly with a cold expression. Although Ling Xiao's talent was very strong and even very cunning, what happened to Flying Wood was just an accident. He absolutely didn't believe that the same thing would happen a second time. Powerful true essence gushed out from Shilong's body. It was so powerful that it was suffocating. A martial master was indeed a martial master. He was completely different from martial artists below the 6th level of the martial vein. He didn't have a weapon, and he disdained to use one. With a palm strike, the power was not inferior to a weapon in the slightest. That terrifying true essence actually condensed into a large palm print that seemed to have substance. Then, it ruthlessly slapped down towards Ling Xiao's head. This palm strike wasn't the slightest bit flashy. It only had terrifying power. As the saying goes, one can defeat 10. When the power reached a certain level, it was difficult to make up for the lack of skill. Break for me! Ling Xiao didn't move. However, a blooming cherry tree appeared behind him. The cherry blossoms danced in the air, turning into specks of light that looked like shooting stars. Following that, they condensed together, forming a gigantic sword made of cherry blossoms. It directly pierced towards Shilong's gigantic palm. As for this gigantic sword, it seemed to know where the weakest part of the gigantic palm print was. It actually accurately struck its weak point. Crack! An astonishing crisp sound rang out, and the gigantic palm print actually shattered. Shilong's gigantic palm trembled from the shock. A layer of skin was actually pierced through the tip of his finger, and a drop of blood fell to the ground. Ninja soul? No! This is a martial spirit! And it's a complete martial spirit! Shilong was shocked. He clearly remembered that this cherry tree ninja soul belonged to Flying Wood, but how did it become Ling Xiao's martial spirit? Furthermore, this wasn't Li Xinghui's broken martial spirit. This was a complete martial spirit in the true sense. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. On the other side, Feiyun, who was fighting with Ling Xiaotian, was distracted when he saw Ling Xiao use Flying Wood's ninja soul. As a result, Ling Xiaotian seized the opportunity to injure him with a palm strike. If it wasn't for Li Yunqing rushing over to save him, Feiyun would have died here today. Thief, how did you get Flying Wood's ninja soul? Tell me, or I'll kill you. Feiyun was injured and spat out blood. However, it couldn't compare to the anger in his heart that made him feel worse. What a joke. You'll kill me even if I don't tell you. Ling Xiao looked at Feiyun with contempt. Since he had used Flying Wood's ninja soul today, he didn't plan to live anymore. Even if he died in battle, he would drag one or two down with him. Ever since he had advanced to the 6th level of the martial vein, the mountain and river martial spirit had gained a special ability, devouring battle spirit. The so-called battle spirit referred to the martial spirit, ninja soul and other soul intents that could be used to fight. Ling Xiao's original plan was to steal Li Xinghui's broken martial spirit, but he didn't expect that the first thing he devoured would be Flying Wood's ninja soul. Of course, when he used it, the ninja soul became a martial spirit. A martial spirit that could truly fight. The mountain and river martial spirit was all-encompassing. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to gradually understand the meaning behind this. Long, you and Li Yunxing work together to deal with old man Ling. I'll deal with Ling Xiao. No matter what, Fei Yun could not tolerate Flying Wood's ninja soul being taken over by Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao and use Ling Xiao's head to pay tribute to the dead Flying Wood. Yes, Lord Anva. To be honest, Long was not confident in facing Ling Xiao. This brat wasn't strong, but he had too many strange methods, it was simply impossible to guard against. Although he wasn't afraid of being killed by the other party, if he were to embarrass himself and let the other party take advantage of him, then he would lose all of his face as the city lord. Chapter 123. Fei Yun took a deep breath and a cloud appeared behind him. It was a dark cloud. It was as if it was made of black steel. It gave people the feeling that it was more like a ball of steel than a cloud. But the shape was undoubtedly a cloud. Nature Ninja Soul! Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at the dark cloud. He could feel that this Fei Yun was stronger than Fei Mu. Even if he had the Sakura Tree martial spirit, he would not be a match for this person. That's right, Nature Ninja Soul. It is also the strongest type of ninja soul, Fei Yun said proudly. Ninja souls were the same as martial spirits. They were divided into nature, animal, plant, and transcendent. There was no conclusion as to whether nature was the strongest or not. But generally, under the transcendent realm, nature was definitely the strongest. Nature was the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and their mutated attributes. Fei Yun's dark cloud ninja soul was a mutated nature ninja soul. Animal and plant were easy to understand. Li Xinghui's broken martial spirit, white tiger remnant soul, was an animal martial spirit. Fei Mu's Sakura Tree ninja soul was a plant ninja soul. As for transcendent, it was more complicated. Generally speaking, transcendent martial spirits or ninja souls did not have a special form. This kind of martial spirit was more of a buff to the martial artist's body and then produced special changes. There is no difference in strength between martial spirits. The key is the user. Fei Mu's Sakura Tree ninja soul could have been used better, but he was too stupid. He might as well have let me use it. Ling Xiao looked at Fei Yun indifferently. At this moment, Fei Yun was already very agitated. Coupled with the fact that he was hit by Ling Xiaotian, he was quite injured. Although it was temporarily suppressed, it was impossible for it to not have any effect. What Ling Xiao wanted to do was to make Fei Yun continue to be angry and lose his mind. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Die! Fei Yun was in a fit of anger, and could not withstand Ling Xiao's provocation. In his anger, the ninja soul behind him suddenly changed. Dense raindrops flew towards Ling Xiao like arrows. Good! Ling Xiao suddenly withdrew his cherry tree martial soul, and a huge body suddenly appeared between Fei Yun and Ling Xiao. If those terrifying raindrops really hit Ling Xiao's body, even 10 Ling Xiaos would die without a doubt. After all, the difference in strength between him and Fei Yun was too great. However, how could Ling Xiao be so stupid? He wouldn't throw his life away for no reason. The body between him and Fei Yun was none other than the corpse of the Herculean ape that he had picked up from the Dragon Submission Mountain range. This was the corpse of a peak Class 8 demonic beast. Especially the corpse of the Herculean divine ape, which was known for its defensive power. Not to mention one Fei Yun, even 100 Fei Yuns wouldn't be able to harm this corpse. By the time Fei Yun realized that he had been fooled, it was already too late. Ling Xiao took the Herculean ape's corpse out of the mountain river world not just for defense. Today, I'll teach you how to use your martial soul. His voice seemed to have sentenced Fei Yun to death, and a murderous aura suddenly filled the entire Ling family. Almost everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao actually used his cherry tree martial soul to forcefully control the Herculean ape's corpse and punch Fei Yun. That terrifying murderous aura was the aura of a peak Class 8 demonic beast. At this moment, the Herculean ape was more like an armor. It didn't have the divine power and divine abilities that a real Herculean ape should have. However, this was enough. Ling Xiao hid in the Herculean ape's body, and the branches of the cherry tree martial soul were like meridians and bones that controlled this huge armor. Just one punch was enough to immobilize Feiyun. Feiyun was too close to this terrifying body. Therefore, he was the most affected. In addition, he had already been injured by Ling Xiaotian, and he had just used the dark cloud enduring spirit with all his might, causing his true essence to burn excessively, adding to his injuries. As a martial master, he had once again paid the price of underestimating his opponent. He was even more cowardly than Feimu. Boom! This punch shook the earth and mountains. Feiyun's body was directly smashed into meat paste. As for the dark cloud enduring spirit, it was also sucked into the Herculean ape's mouth and entered Ling Zhao's mountain river world. This scene, in Ling Xiaotian's eyes, was simply ecstatic. Ling Zhao's performance today was simply too dazzling. Feimu was killed by Ling Yixue because of him. Feiyun was simply killed by him with a single punch. This martial artist, who was only at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein, used all sorts of special props and his astonishing calculation ability to play with the two martial masters in the palm of his hand. He had to protect Ling Xiao. He had to. Ling Xiaotian swore that even if all the warriors of the Ling family died in battle, he would not let Ling Xiao die. Because Ling Xiao was alive, the Ling family had hope of revenge. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao was also completely exhausted at this moment. After all, he had to use his early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein to forcefully control the corpse of a demonic beast that was equivalent to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. Even though it was only a single punch. However, it had consumed all of Ling Zhao's earth energy, and even his soul power was almost exhausted. I've tried my best. Whether I live or die, I can only leave it to fate. He laughed bitterly and fainted directly on the Herculean ape's corpse. The Herculean ape had lost the control of the Sakura martial spirit. It was still in the posture of punching the ground, but it was unable to move. Even so, those who came to attack the Ling family, as well as those who betrayed the Ling family, were all frightened. They actually stopped attacking, and their minds were extremely conflicted. Both Feiyun and Feimu had been killed. Did they still want to continue fighting? That Ling Xiao could even kill the two emissaries, what else could he not do? Don't panic! Although the two emissaries died in battle, as long as we can avenge the emissaries, the ninjas will not find trouble with us. Shilong was indeed worthy of being the city lord of Tianfeng City. In the face of such a situation, he knew how to bewitch people. You have to understand that since the two emissaries died, the ninjas will definitely not let the Ling family go. If we run away like this, we will definitely not be able to escape death. Yes, you have also seen that the Herculean ape seems to be powerful, but it can no longer move. Li Yunxin also took this opportunity to say loudly, "That Ling Xiao killed Feiyun, so he must have been killed by Feiyun." When the two of them said this, the people who were not determined enough all gritted their teeth. Anyway, they might die anyway, so they might as well listen to the two patriarchs. Anyway, even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. What's more, they had heard of the horror and cruelty of the ninjas. If they chose to run away at this time, even if they were lucky enough to survive, once they were caught by the ninjas, they would definitely die miserably. Kill! 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 As if they had suddenly taken some medicine, those who had stopped fighting went crazy again. Was the last hope of the Ling family gone just like that? No! The thing on the 4th floor of the library finally flew out after accumulating all the energy. That was a sword. A huge sword that was more than 10 feet long. The widest part of the sword was more than 1 foot wide. This sword fell in the center of the battlefield, and the bright sword light scattered in all directions. What followed were continuous screams of agony. Is that the broken sword left by the ancestor? But how could it be? Did the ancestor appear? Chapter 124. When the divine sword appears, corpses are everywhere. The Ling family will rise, and the Sky Peak will change hands. One day later. There was a saying in the Sky Peak city. It was said that the Shi family joined forces with the Li family to eliminate the Ling family. The Ling family only had 100 people left. Suddenly, a divine sword fell from the sky and killed all the enemy warriors except for Shi Long, Li Yunxing, and the other martial masters. Shi Long, Li Yunxing, and the others were shocked. They immediately fled to the Baiyun prefecture to join the ninjas. That was a shocking scene. The divine sword fell from the sky, and the sword light covered the entire Ling family and the surrounding area. On the road, there were martial artists who were explaining to their companions as they walked. Keep bragging, as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Another person laughed and scolded. These young warriors came because of the Ling family's reputation. Their strength was between the 3rd and 5th level of the martial vein. They were very impressed when they heard that the Ling family defeated the ninjas and those scum. Therefore, they came to join the Ling family, hoping that the Ling family could recruit more disciples. After this battle, the Ling family suffered heavy losses. However, if they recruited all these people, not only would their strength not be affected, but it would also increase. However, those who were enemies of the Ling family naturally didn't want to see this happen. The two of them were walking on the road when a group of bandits wearing black scarves suddenly jumped out from the bushes. Needless to say, they were the Black Scarf Bandits, who were active around the Sky Peak City. Those who join the Ling family will die. Either get lost or die. This was the first thing this group of people said when they came up. We want to join the Ling family. Who can stop us? The two young warriors who admired the Ling family took out their weapons. However, at this moment, countless hidden weapons flew over like leeches. Although the two of them were strong, they were only at the 4th level of the martial vein. How could they block such an attack? They died on the spot. Similar scenes like this occurred successively in the surroundings of Heavy Peak City. The only difference was that some people were killed, some people joined the Black Scarf Bandits, and some people chose to leave. However, at this time, the Ling family members still didn't know about these things. They were really lacking in manpower. Now, they were focusing on cleaning up the mess in the family, so they couldn't care about what was happening outside. Ling Xiao, Ling Yiheng, Ling Yixue, Ling Xuan, Ling Zhan, Ling Fei, Ling Wuheng, and the other Ling family members were all allowed to enter the 4th floor of the library to comprehend the incomplete transcendent martial arts. In the past, only the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder were qualified to enter the 4th floor of the library. Among the younger generation, only Ling Qin and Ling Fifan had entered. But this time, after a discussion between Ling Xiaotian and the 3 Grand Elders, they decided to open all 4 floors of the library, allowing all participating Ling family disciples the opportunity to enter and study. This was because the remaining 100 or so people were truly loyal to the Ling family after going through life and death situations. There was no reason to doubt their loyalty and character. The disciples studied the martial arts on their own and did not disturb each other. The 4th floor of the library was different from what Ling Xiao had imagined. What was stored here were not books, but pieces of stone tablets. Some were broken, some were incomplete, and some were even broken into pieces of stone. There were also some stone tablets that were intact, but the words carved on them were destroyed due to some reason, making it impossible to read them clearly. In everyone's mind, there are different transcendent martial arts. It can be said that transcendent martial arts are a kind of realm, and not a fixed move. If any of you can comprehend half a move, not only will your battle strength achieve a great breakthrough, but your realm will also improve. The reason why Ling Xiaotian was able to advance to the 7th level of the martial vein was because he studied these stone tablets. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. Not only were these stone tablets incomplete, but they were also obscure and difficult to understand. He could only comprehend a partial meaning, but could not comprehend all of the true meaning. In fact, including Ling Qin and Shi Yulian, the so-called profound transcendent martial arts that they comprehended was also very laughable. Because what they comprehended could not be considered profound, but merely a little bit of the transcendent martial arts. Hearing Ling Xiudian's words, Ling Xiao looked at the stone tablets. In a trance, he seemed to see many people practicing various moves in front of the stone tablets. Some were like heavenly lightning descending, able to instantly shatter a mountain. Some were like an earthquake erupting, able to instantly destroy a town. Some were like a raging wind, able to instantly overturn countless creatures. Some were just a person and a sword, able to casually swing it, able to tear the sky apart, causing the sun and moon to change color. Almost every stone tablet was a terrifying transcendent martial art. Unfortunately, not a single stone tablet was complete. Otherwise, it would be such a terrifying thing. If the Ling family had so many complete transcendent martial arts, not to mention ruling Tianfeng City, even ruling Baiyun Province would be as easy as flipping their hand. However, a fragment was still a fragment. Transcendent martial arts were originally very obscure and difficult to understand, and there were very few people who could comprehend them. Now that they were only fragments, the difficulty was simply increased by 1,000, or even 10,000 times. Everyone, listen up. This transcendent martial art is extremely terrifying. You must not fall into the illusion for too long. Once it exceeds 2 hours, we will forcefully interrupt your cultivation. Otherwise, you will either go berserk or go crazy. The most unlucky ones might even die on the spot. With regards to Ling Xiao's warning, Ling Xiao did not dare to neglect it. At this point, Ling Xiaotian would definitely not be deliberately mystifying. There must have been people who had cultivated for more than 2 hours in the past who had all sorts of problems. Moreover, there was more than one such person, which was why the Ling family had such a rule. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. It was definitely impossible to completely grasp all the transcendent martial arts fragments here within 2 hours. Therefore, Ling Xiao identified one of the fragments that was more suitable for him to cultivate. Furthermore, it was a relatively complete transcendent martial art fragment and focused on studying it. Soul imprint. Ling Xiao instantly entered the soul imprint state. At that moment, everything before his eyes changed. On the stone tablet that his gaze locked onto, a human figure appeared. That person was none other than his own shadow. Listening to Ling Xiaotian's words, transcendent martial arts did not have fixed moves, only the core profoundness. As long as one grasped the profoundness, they could create their own moves. This was also the reason why transcendent martial arts were difficult to learn. After all, if one had not entered the martial master realm, or even the transcendent realm, one's understanding of martial arts would still be very weak. Wanting to create one's own martial arts was simply a fantasy. However, Ling Xiao's situation was slightly different. His own understanding of martial arts might not be enough, but the mountain river martial spirit's understanding of martial arts was definitely comparable to a transcendent realm martial artist. It might even be stronger. When he fully activated the mountain river martial spirit, the human figure in front of him changed faster and faster. All sorts of different moves were repeatedly executed, as if they were pondering over the profoundness of this transcendent martial art fragment. Finally, these human figures all condensed into one, and then a series of clear movements were formed in Ling Xiao's mind. The first move, Flying Snow. Ling Xiao comprehended the first sword move from this stone tablet. Although this sword move was not perfect and was only in its embryonic form, it had already condensed the profoundness of the transcendent martial art fragment. As long as it continued to be improved and modified in the future, it would finally reach perfection. Chapter 125. The human figures spread out once again, performing various moves once again. It was as if they were trying to extract the most suitable sword move for Ling Xiao from this stone tablet. After a quarter of an hour, the figure once again merged. The second move, Dissolving Water. Again. Ling Xiao's forehead was already covered in sweat. Even with his powerful soul power, he still felt that it was extremely strenuous. It seemed that Ling Xiutian's so-called 2-hour limit was really not nonsense. The silhouette on the stone tablet dispersed once again, and its moves became even more ethereal and mysterious. It seemed that the further one studied the profound, the more difficult it would be. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and abandoned the distracting thoughts in his heart. He forgot about the pain and discomfort in his body and tried his best to concentrate on comprehending the profound. The third move, ice condensation. It was another different sword move. Although it came from the same stone tablet, the attack was completely different. It seemed that there was a saying that was true. In the eyes of 1,000 people, there were 1,000 different transcendent martial arts moves. Transcendent martial arts only had a profound core, and the moves were all created by oneself. Therefore, the moves comprehended from the same profound would be completely different. There was even a difference in level. The comprehension of the third move was obviously much more difficult than the second move. This was because if one wanted to delve deeper into the Transcendent Martial Arts Incomplete Book of Profound, they would have to consume more soul power. As for the fourth move, the difficulty would be even higher. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Persevere! Even when the Ling family was on the brink of death, even when facing the attacks of so many martial masters, he still persevered. This little bit of pain was nothing compared to it. He roughly estimated the time. By the time he comprehended the third move, an hour had already passed. He estimated that the fourth move would take a little longer. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood. He did not continue comprehending, but instead spent some time to circulate the snow lotus chi technique and soul condensing art to recover his physical strength and soul power. At this time, there were already many disciples who had been carried out to rest due to their mental exhaustion. On the fourth floor of the library, there was only Ling Xiao, Ling Yiheng, Ling Yixue, Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, Ling Wuheng, and a dozen others left. Looking at this situation, Ling Xiaotian and the three supreme elders could not help but frown. The shorter the time, the lower the possibility of gaining anything. Back then, Ling Qin and Ling Fifan couldn't even last for 2 hours. They didn't know if anyone could last for 2 hours today. After another quarter of an hour, there were only 6 people left. Ling Zhao's physical strength and soul power had also recovered to their peak state. He finally focused his attention on the stone tablet again. Once again, he activated Soul Imprint. The fourth style, Ice Heart. There was still time? It took less time to comprehend the fourth style than the third style. However, Ling Xiao felt relieved after thinking about it. By the time he comprehended the third style, he had already consumed too much of his soul power and physical strength, so his speed was naturally slower. As for the comprehension of the fourth style, he had to start from the peak state, so it was normal for him to spend less time on it. Since that was the case, he would try to comprehend the fifth move. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time and immediately began to comprehend the fifth move. At this time, it was getting closer and closer to the 2-hour time limit. Among the 6 people, Ling Shuang and Ling Zhan reluctantly opened their eyes and chose to leave. Although they also gained some understanding, it was similar to Ling Chen and Ling Fifan's level. It was just a superficial understanding. After a while, a terrifying aura spread out on the 4th floor of the library. Ling Wuheng opened his eyes, and his face revealed an excited expression. He had been stuck at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein for more than 10 years, and now he actually broke through. Promoted to martial master. Martial vein 7th level martial artist. Although he didn't comprehend much from the extraordinary martial arts remnant book, but to be able to advance, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. At this point, there were only 3 people left on the 4th floor of the library: Ling Xiao, Ling Yiheng, and Ling Yixue. After a while, Ling Yiheng stood up with a face of excitement. After spending nearly 2 hours, he finally comprehended a move from the stone tablet. In his opinion, it was only one move, but it was much more terrifying than all the martial arts he had practiced before. He looked at Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao, and he was a little impressed. To be able to persevere, they were all amazing. Ling Yixue's hair was still snow white, and even after the battle, it didn't recover. This actually didn't count for much, but the saddest thing was that after the battle, the Ling family's doctor checked Ling Yixue's body. The result was that people couldn't help but sigh. Because of the excessive consumption of the body's potential, Ling Yixue only had less than 3 years left to live. Not only that, every month she would have a splitting headache because of the terrifying soul pressure in her mind. That kind of pain was worse than death. The price was a little too high, and Ling Yixue probably knew it before, but in order to save Ling Xiao, she didn't hesitate to break the seal in her mind. Of course, the good news was that if Ling Yixue's cultivation advanced to the extraordinary stage, then her lost vitality could be regained. However, this was easier said than done. Another way was to find elixirs that could increase one's lifespan, but that kind of thing was regarded as a treasure by all martial artists. Not only was it expensive, but it was also very difficult to find, and the difficulty was no less than increasing one's cultivation. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he didn't cry, nor did he feel sad. He only said one sentence. I will be responsible for senior sister Yixue's future. Why did he crazily want to increase his strength? It was because he wanted to leave Tianfeng City and go to a bigger city to find elixirs that could increase his lifespan and reduce Ling Yixue's pain. You're awake too? Just as Ling Yiheng was about to leave the 4th floor of the library, he saw Ling Yixue slowly open her eyes. She had comprehended more than Ling Yiheng, but it was a pity that she only comprehended 3 moves. Ling Yixue smiled faintly, looked at Ling Xiao, and said in a low voice, Junior brother is indeed a heavenly talent. I hope he can completely comprehend the remnant profound. The stone tablets here should all have 5 levels of profound meaning, so the most he could comprehend should be 5 moves. He followed her gaze and looked over. Ling Zhao's breathing became hurried, and his chest heaved up and down. The sweat on his forehead dripped to the ground, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was sweating like rain. There was still a little bit of time left. The ambergris in the incense burner to estimate the time was about to burn out. When the incense burner burned out, the time would be over. Even if Ling Xiao didn't wake up, he had to be woken up. Can he do it? Ling Yin asked nervously. As the Grand Elder who disliked Ling Xiao very much, Ling Yin now cared about Ling Xiao as much as his grandson, Ling Fifan. After all, one couldn't be heartless. It could be said that if Ling Xiao didn't defeat Fei Mu and Fei Yun with his unimaginable wisdom and ability, it would be too late even if the divine sword descended. Because before that, the Ling family would be slaughtered. He definitely will, because he's Ling Xiao. Ling Xiaotian was now full of confidence in Ling Xiao. The 5th move, Ice Storm. Finally, all the afterimages condensed together. The 5th move was successfully comprehended. At this moment, a vast ice storm seemed to appear in Ling Zhao's vision. Chapter 126. Wherever the terrifying chill passed, the entire world would turn into ice crystals. Law freeze everything. Destroy everything. What a terrifying ice storm. Is this the true profoundness of the transcendent martial arts? It's simply terrifying. Ling Xiao had never thought that a martial artist's ability could reach such a level. How was this still strengthening the body? This was directly controlling the power of nature. Not to mention shattering stones, even moving mountains and overturning seas would not be an impossible task. This terrifying scene was only an illusion in Ling Zhao's soul. It did not happen in reality. However, the powerful pressure on his soul was definitely there. If he could not withstand it, then he would most likely lose his life. The impact on the soul was sometimes even more terrifying than the damage to the body. Fortunately, Ling Xiao succeeded. The cold ice storm was gradually being controlled by him and integrated into his martial arts, becoming a part of him. Snow Lotus Sword Technique. So this is the Snow Lotus Sword Technique. I did not expect that the sword technique used together with the Snow Lotus Chi technique was actually a transcendent martial art. After enduring the last difficult moment, Ling Xiao also obtained the general principles of the 5 sword techniques. Although the Snow Lotus Sword Technique was comprehended from the incomplete profoundness, it was definitely not complete, and its power was not comparable to a true transcendent martial art. However, it was still much stronger than a top-grade martial art. He finally opened his eyes and directly laid on the ground. His heart was filled with satisfaction. An hour of hard work was not in vain. He had obtained what he wanted. This was enough. How is it, Ling Xiao? You are the only one who lasted for an hour. How many techniques did you comprehend? Ling Xiaotian excitedly asked. 5. Ling Xiao regretfully said. Unfortunately, my soul power is still too weak. Otherwise, I could have lasted a little longer. And? Why are you all looking at me like that? After finishing his words, Ling Xiao realized that everyone, including Ling Xiaotian, was staring at him in shock. It was as if he had turned into a monster. Hee, junior brother, you should know that this transcendent martial art's incomplete profoundness can only be comprehended up to 5 techniques. You should have obtained the general principles of this martial art, right? What is it called? Ling Yixue said with a smile. So it's like that. That's more like it. Ling Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. Looks like this result was not bad. The martial art I comprehended is called the Snow Lotus Sword Technique, he replied with a smile. It's actually the Snow Lotus Sword Technique. If you can get the complete Snow Lotus Chi technique, then the power of this martial art will be even more powerful. Ha ha, who would have thought? Who would have thought that the Ling clan's 5-style prodigy, who had never appeared before, would appear again? Ling Xiaotian looked at Ling Xiaotian laughed. He was indeed too excited, Ling. He could not help but be excited. However, although I have comprehended the Snow Lotus Sword technique, I am still unable to use it in actual combat. The 5 techniques are still in their embryonic form. Ling Xiao said seriously. This is normal. After all, time is too short. Just like a woman with an embryo, as long as you take care of it, it will eventually grow. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, How about this, Ling Xiao, you can cultivate in seclusion here. Almost all the buildings in the Ling family have been destroyed, and only this library is still intact. Right now, the outside is being rebuilt, so there is no place to cultivate. Thank you, Patriarch. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that after the life and death battle, the Ling family had fewer people, but they were more united. Perhaps the Ling family would be even stronger than before. Also, the medicine hall has been destroyed, but there is still a batch of aura chi pills. As the most promising martial artist in the Ling family, you can have 20 pills. Use them and cultivate well. Yes. After giving the aura chi pills to Ling Xiaotian and the others left. Only Ling Xiao was left on the 4th floor. He did not waste time. First, he swallowed an aura chi pill, and then began to recover his soul power and physical strength. When he was almost recovered, he began to comprehend the Snow Lotus Sword technique that he had comprehended from the stone tablet. Although it was only a sword technique comprehended from an incomplete book, it was still much more difficult to cultivate than a top-grade martial art. Just the first style, flying snow. To perfect it to the extent that he could use it, the difficulty was no less than the terrifying finger that he had comprehended from the blue-clothed woman. It was even more difficult. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. When he encountered shackles and could not continue, he did not force himself to continue. Instead, he changed to cultivating other martial arts. The Snow Lotus Sword technique was indeed a treasure. It was like a top-grade material for creating divine weapons. Although it could not be perfected yet. But with this material, it would definitely be useful in the future. He was not in a hurry. After all, his overlapping shadow sword technique, 9 transformation golden body technique, Snow Lotus Chi technique, the cherry tree martial spirit, and the dark cloud martial spirit had not been completely mastered. He stayed on the 4th floor of the library for a full 3 days. Ling Xiao finally cultivated the overlapping shadow sword technique to the 5th level of perfection. Now, he could not only create 3 shadow doppelgangers with one sword. More importantly, these 3 shadow doppelgangers could also fuse with different martial spirits, and launch different attacks. At present, the strength of the 3 shadow doppelgangers had reached about 80% of Ling Xiao's strength. This was a very frightening situation. Ling Xiao even suspected that if he cultivated the overlapping shadow sword technique to the perfection stage, his doppelgangers would have 90% of their battle strength. In that case, it would be equivalent to 4 of him attacking the opponent at the same time. Although it was only a matter of a moment, it was exciting just thinking about it. The 9 transformation golden body technique was completely consolidated at the 7th transformation. For the time being, he could not break through because there was no more golden liquid. Next, he had to get a large amount of gold. It would be best if he could get a gold mine. The Snow Lotus Chi art had been promoted to the 9th level of perfection, which caused Ling Xiao's total amount of earth energy to greatly increase. It also raised his cultivation to the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. At this time, his total amount of earth energy was equivalent to the middle of the 7th level of the martial vein. Of course, it was only the total amount. In addition, he had already grasped the attack methods of the Cherry Tree Martial Spirit and the Dark Cloud Martial Spirit. As mentioned before, there was no difference between strong and weak martial spirits, only suitable and unsuitable. However, the same martial spirit, when used by different people, would display completely different power. This was because martial spirits could also be upgraded. Remnant Soul, 10% to 100%, Complete Soul, Transparent, Incorporeal, Corporeal, Out of Body, can be freely separated from the martial artist's body and cooperate in battle. Wandering Soul, the distance from the martial artist's body becomes very far. It can act alone according to the martial artist's orders, such as assassination and so on. Lightning Tribulation, 9-stage Lightning Tribulation, Divine Soul, rumored to be the most powerful martial spirit, whether it was a martial spirit or a ninja spirit, as long as it was a similar combat soul, it basically had to go through these 6 stages. With every stage, the martial spirit would become much stronger. It was difficult for Ling Xiao to say what stage his Mountain River martial spirit was at, but the Cherry Tree martial spirit and the Dark Cloud martial spirit should be at the Complete Soul Transparent Body. Chapter 127. Ling Xiao, whose strength had increased, did not feel excited. One was the matter of Ling Yixue, and the other was the comprehension of the Snow Lotus sword art. These things could not be done in the small Tianfeng city. Therefore, he planned to leave for the White Cloud capital. There were a large number of ninjas, blue-eyed clans, barbarians, and other foreign clans there. Moreover, there were many experts there. The number of martial masters was probably more than the number of 6th-level martial vein cultivators in Tianfeng city. That was a wider world. Only by going through more cruel tempering could a real treasure sword be forged. He had always believed in one sentence. A treasure sword's edge is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. When he came out of the library, he went directly to the temporarily built Ling family's meeting hall to explain this matter to Ling Xiaotian. Just as he arrived at the door of the meeting hall, he heard an angry roar from inside. Bastards! These black scarf bandits are simply robbing us. This was Ling Xiaotian's voice. Patriarch, the black scarf bandits are not a concern. The strongest among them is only at the peak of the 6th level martial vein, so they did not dare to rashly enter Tianfeng city to cause trouble. However, now that the Shi, Li, and Wang families have been destroyed, our Ling family is also lacking in manpower. This gave the black scarf bandits a chance to be rampant. Grand Elder Lingyin also said angrily. How about this? Tomorrow I will go to the black scarf bandits' lair and destroy these bandits. It's useless. Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly. These guys are very cunning. Once they know that a martial master is going, they will definitely escape quickly. They are very familiar with the terrain of the mountain. We can't catch them at all. But father, are we going to let these black scarf bandits run amok? Those young warriors who came to join the Ling family will be bitterly disappointed. Ling Wuhan said. Sigh, if a martial master expert goes, they will run away. Ordinary 6th-level martial vein cultivators are not their match. What a headache. Ling Xiaotian wanted to send a few more people, but now the Ling family had many things to do. It was very difficult to take care of the Ling family's own land. Patriarch, how about I make a trip there? Ling Xiao walked into the meeting hall and said with a smile. It just so happens that I'm planning to leave Tianfeng city. Before I leave, I'll take it as getting rid of a scourge for the Ling family. Ling Xiao had already thought it through when he was outside. The Black Scarf bandits had tried to take his life time and time again. Now that they were being hunted down by people who wanted to join the Ling clan, if he, as the number one disciple of the Ling clan, did not step in, then the Ling clan would really become a laughing stock. You! Ling Xiaotian frowned. Maybe you really can. He thought about how Ling Xiao had actually fooled the martial master with his early 6th level martial vein cultivation. Although there was a bit of luck involved in the process, he had still managed to do it. There were no martial masters in the Black Scarf bandits. Ling Xiao alone was enough. But you just said that you want to leave Tianfeng City? Ling Xiaotian asked. Yes. For the past 3 days, I've been painstakingly studying the profound meaning of the transcendent martial technique. However, I still haven't made any progress. Plus, there's senior sister Yishua's matter, so I want to go to the White Cloud stronghold to take a look. Ling Xiao replied. You have to understand that the ninjas see you as a thorn in their side. If you go to the White Cloud stronghold, I'm afraid that many people will want your life. Do you really want to go? I, Ling Xiao, am not a coward who's afraid of death. Ling Xiao sneered. If I hide in the Ling clan for the rest of my life and rely on the protection of a sword, then I'll be the stupidest fool. Good, as expected of Ling Xiao. It's indeed your character. Ling Xiaotian slapped the armrest of the chair and said, Then go. We'll take good care of your grandfather, Hong Qi, and your brother, Ling Luo. Unless everyone in the Ling clan is killed, they won't suffer any harm. Thank you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. When he left Tianfeng City, the people he was most worried about were his grandfather, Hong Qi, and his brother, Ling Luo. Although his grandfather wasn't blood-related, and his brother wasn't blood-related, they were closer than blood-related. Then I'll go make some preparations first, and then I'll immediately head to the Black Turban's lair. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiaotian suddenly called out to Ling Xiao and continued. This old man has thought about it. If we still hold on to the concept of the Ling clan, I'm afraid that we won't have much of a future. Therefore, I've discussed with the 3 supreme elders and decided to establish the Divine Sword sect. You'll be the sect master. Patriarch, you should understand my character. I'm not the kind of person who holds power. I'll definitely support the establishment of the Divine Sword sect, but the position of sect master is more suitable to be given to second master Ling Wuhan. Ling Xiao wasn't just returning the favor, it was also because he really thought that Ling Wuhan was suitable for the position. Ling Wuhan was a martial master, and his personal strength was unquestionable. After all, the strength of a sect master was definitely strong. Moreover, after such a long time of contact, Ling Xiao felt that Ling Wuhan should be a very good sect master. He could carry forward the Divine Sword sect. You see, I've already said that he wouldn't be attached to this position. Ling Xiaotian shrugged his shoulders at the 3 supreme elders and said, Then, according to our previous discussion, we'll give Ling Xiao the status of supreme elder. How about it? Well, we can't force him. Moreover, it's suitable for Wuhan to be the sect master. Ling Yin sighed. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and asked, You won't refuse the position of supreme elder, right? In this position, the only responsibility you have is to rush back to save the sect when it's on the brink of death. The rest of the time, you'll be completely free. All right, I agree. Ling Xiao didn't want to be the sect master of the Divine Sword sect because he thought it was troublesome. The position of supreme elder wasn't that troublesome, so it was good to be in this position. After that, he bid farewell. As for how the Divine Sword sect was going to be established, and how it was going to be arranged, he didn't care. After all, that wasn't what he was good at. After returning to the temporary residence, Ling Xiao met his grandfather Hong Qi and brother Ling Luo, as well as Ling Yixue, Ling Yiheng, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhan. It was his last farewell. Who would have thought that a few months ago, you were just a martial artist at the first level of the martial vein realm? Now you've become someone who can cause trouble for martial masters. What a pity. Yeah, brother Ling Xiao is really amazing. Child, Grandpa won't be able to take care of you when you go to White Cloud Manor. You have to learn how to take care of yourself. Ling Xiao, I might be going to White Cloud Manor soon. When that time comes, you have to take care of me." Everyone was bidding farewell to Ling Xiao. Only Ling Yixue was standing far away. Her gaze was a little confused, as if she was thinking about something. "Senior sister, I'm leaving. Are you unhappy?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Be careful." Ling Yixue's smile was a little stiff, but she still said something. Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, but suddenly, a person ran in from outside. That person was covered in blood and shouted, "Quick! Go save them!" Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold. With a light step, he broke through the air and disappeared into the distance in an instant. "Who was that person?" the person covered in blood asked. "Ling Xiao," Ling Yihong replied. Chapter 128. In order to protect Ling Xiao had sealed off the news, so the people outside only knew that the divine sword had descended, but did not know that Ling Xiao had displayed his might. Ling Yihang, Ling Zhan, and the others laughed. Only they knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Not to mention 2 experts at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Even if a martial master at the early 7th level of the martial vein came, Ling Xiao would still be able to escape even if he couldn't defeat them. If they went, they would only add trouble to Ling Xiao. No one wanted to be a burden. "What are you laughing at?" The messenger was infuriated. "Don't worry, with him going, the black scarf thieves are finished," Ling Yiheng said with a smile. "You should go and receive treatment. Just wait here for the good news." The informant looked at them suspiciously. He noticed that among the people present, there was a white-haired woman who emitted a terrifying aura that only a martial master could have. Even this woman said that Ling Xiao was powerful. That should be about right. On a road leading to Tianfeng City, a battle was going on. The battle was basically one-sided. Dozens of warriors were surrounded in the center, and dozens of black scarf thieves were constantly shrinking the encirclement. Every time the encirclement shrank, a warrior would die or be seriously injured. Shimin Sun watched as the black scarf thief's blade stabbed towards his chest. The distance was getting closer and closer, but he was powerless. He was a genius. At the age of 12, he had already cultivated to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. It was a pity that his family was only a very small family, much smaller than the Ling family. There were not many resources or martial arts for him to learn. If he wanted to succeed, he could only choose to rely on other families. And Tianfeng City's Ling family was too famous recently, so he came this time to rely on them. But he did not expect that he would lose his life here before he even saw the Ling family. He was not willing. He was not willing. Kacha! Suddenly, the blade that was about to pierce him shattered. A stalwart figure appeared in front of him, but it disappeared in an instant. That figure turned into an afterimage and circled around the encirclement. There were more than 60 black scarf bandits, but 20 to 30 of them died in an instant. There were more than a dozen warriors who had been saved by this figure. "Who are you? Why do you want to ruin my plans?" The leader of this group of black scarf bandits could tell that this person was not to be trifled with, so they did not attack directly. Instead, they hoped to reveal their identities and let this person leave voluntarily. "Ling Xiao!" That figure floated in midair with his hands behind his back, like a god descending to earth. "Ling family? That's great! The Ling family has sent experts to save us! We're saved!" But he's alone. There are more than 40 black scarf bandits. Yeah, can one person do it? The other side has 2 martial artists at the peak of the 6th level. This person is only at the peak of the 5th level. The dozens of martial artists who were surrounded were excited at first, but then they were deeply disappointed. Ling Xiao realized that he had not changed his template yet, so in the eyes of others, he was still a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level. "Let's go together. With the Ling family, we should be able to escape," someone suggested. "Yes, no matter what, he is still a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level. We have all seen how strong he is. Even if he can't defeat the Black Scarf Bandits, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Want to escape? Today, none of you will leave. The leader of the Black Scarf Bandits sneered. Since he knew that the other party was from the Ling family, he could not let him go. All of you just watch. Don't make a move, Ling Xiao said indifferently. The ice-glass sword was already in his hand. Double shadow sword art had already been cultivated to the perfection stage. It was time to test its power. These dozens of Black Scarf Bandits were better for practice. Brat, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? When the leader of the Black Scarf Bandits heard Ling Xiao's words, he could not help but be stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. Ling Xiao did not speak. His figure suddenly floated, and in an instant it turned from 1 to 5. 3 shadow doppelgangers, 1 martial spirit doppelganger, and the main body. This scene caused the Black Scarf Bandits to be extremely shocked. However, before they could react, only 2 of the 40 people were left. In just one move, nearly 40 Black Scarf Bandits were killed in an instant. Ling Zhao's terror far exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, whether it was the remaining 2 Black Scarf Bandits at the peak of the 6th level martial vein or the rescued martial artists, they were all in disbelief. Brat, you do have some skills. Why don't you submit to our Black Scarf army? As long as you are willing, you will be one of the leaders. Don't you think it's a little too late to say this now? Ling Xiao sneered again and again. Brat, you are courting death. The 2 Black Scarf Bandits looked at each other, and then actually left their horses at the same time. They attacked Ling Xiao from both sides. Ling Xiao did not move. He just stood there as if he could no longer move. He had already tried the multiple shadows sword art. Next, he wanted to try another killing move. Geocentric Ice Lotus Bind. He sheathed his long sword and activated the Snow Lotus Chi art. Then, he used the secret technique he got from Ling Yixue. The Snow Lotus Chi art had reached the perfection realm, which made the power of the geocentric Ice Lotus Bind even stronger. Thus, a strange scene appeared. In midair, the 2 Black Scarf Bandits at the peak of the 6th level martial vein seemed to be frozen. Although they still maintained their attacking posture, the 2 of them were completely frozen. Then, they fell to the ground freely. Kacha! It shattered like an ice cube. Although there was no blood, their bodies were shattered. They couldn't be more dead. Too strong! Shimin Xiunxiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He simply could not believe that Ling Xiao was so strong. Was this a disciple of the Ling family? It seemed that he really came to the right place. Yeah, how can he be so strong? The rest of the martial artists were also shocked. You guys go to the Ling family. Now that the Divine Sword sect has been established, you guys will naturally have a bright future. Ling Xiao looked back at these people and said indifferently. Expert, are you not going back with us? Shimin Sun asked. I still have to go to the Black Scarf Bandits' nest. This group of Black Scarf Bandits has been roaming around the Dragon Submission Mountain range for long enough. It's time to clean them up. What? When Ling Xiao said this, the group of martial artists were all shocked. What was wrong with this person? It was already not easy to defeat these Black Scarf Bandits, but he still wanted to go to their nest? Wasn't he too conceited? Expert, it's not that we don't believe in your strength, but there are still 11 peak 6th level martial vein realm martial artists in the nest. You really can't do it alone. You should go back and get reinforcements. Shimin Sun said loudly. Thank you for the reminder, but you don't have to worry. Ling Xiao did not explain further. His figure flashed and he had already dashed dozens of feet away, disappearing in an instant. Too fast. Yeah, this speed is simply terrifying. He shouldn't be a peak 5th level martial vein realm martial artist, right? But even if he is a peak 6th level martial vein realm martial artist, can he win against 11 martial artists of the same strength and hundreds of Black Scarf Bandits? Who knows, but I saw that he just killed those dozens of Black Scarf Bandits without any effort. It shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 129. The group of young martial artists wanted to follow and watch the show. Only then did they realize that they had no idea where the Black Scarf Bandit's lair was. And Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that they couldn't catch up even if they rode their horses. So after chasing for a while, they could only give up and rush towards Tianfeng City. If a disciple of the Ling family was already so powerful, then how terrifying would the Ling family be? At this time, Ling Xiao was already several kilometers away, because his soaring cloud steps had advanced once again. This time, the advancement of the soaring cloud steps was not due to the help of other peak-level movement techniques, but because of Ling Xiao's comprehension of the profound mysteries of the transcendent martial technique. He fused that profound meaning into the soaring cloud steps, causing the soaring cloud steps, infant dragon, to be successfully upgraded to the soaring cloud steps, ice dragon. When he used it, the small dragon, which was originally only 2 to 3 meters long, actually became more than 10 meters long. Not only that, if Ling Xiao was willing, he could turn any place he passed into a world of ice crystals. This soaring cloud steps had completely changed from a pure movement technique to a combination of movement techniques and martial techniques. And soaring cloud steps had raised the soaring cloud steps from a rare peak-level martial technique to a high-grade peak-level martial technique. In other words, it was the strongest movement technique below transcendent martial techniques. At the same time, Ox Devil Arts had also advanced, becoming Ox Devil Arts. It was also a high-grade peak-level martial technique. Similar to the transformation, after using it, the body would be wrapped in a huge shell of the Ox Devil clan, except that the shell was now more real. It was as if it was wrapped in a layer of ice crystals. Combined with Snow Lotus Chi arts, it was truly shocking. Although Ling Xiao hadn't completely mastered the 5 sword moves of Snow Lotus sword arts, the benefits he gained from the profound mysteries were not small. At this moment, he was relying on the soaring cloud steps, ice dragon, to fly in the sky to his heart's content. He didn't need to land at all to borrow strength. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. Flying in the air, he was like a transparent shadow. If one wasn't strong enough, or if they didn't pay attention, they would very likely think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Not long after, Ling Xiao found the Black Scarf Bandit's lair. With the help of the mountain river diagram, it was actually very easy for him to find this place. This was also the reason why he dared to ask Ling Xiaotian for permission to go to the Black Scarf Bandit's lair alone. Dragon Submission Mountain Range, Black Turban Bandit's lair. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded. The leader of the Black Scarf Bandits, who was sitting on the first chair, suddenly stood up. What happened? Report! At this time, a manservant ran in from outside in a panic and said loudly, Reporting to the leaders, a strange ice dragon appeared outside and killed our brothers miserably. Ice dragon? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Demonic beasts of that level have long been extinct, right? The second leader said with a cold face. I don't dare to lie to you all. That is indeed an ice dragon, but there seems to be a person inside. He claims to be Ling Xiao from the Ling family. Ling family? Could he be a martial master? Someone's expression changed drastically. Impossible. As long as one of the Ling family's martial masters makes a move, we will all know. It should be a reckless guy. The leader waved his hand and said, This kind of small matter is worth reporting. Did you all grow up in a ***********? Hurry up and kill that guy. But leader, that person is really powerful. He is at least a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. So what if he is at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein? There are hundreds of you and many of you are at the 6th level of the martial vein. Can't you kill him alone? Report! At this time, another manservant ran in and reported loudly. Leaders, that guy is really too powerful. We tried to shoot him with strong bows and crossbows, but who knew that this guy would easily shatter them all? Report! Ling Xiao has broken into the mountain. We have suffered heavy losses. Report! The number of casualties has risen to 100. Report! 150 people have been killed. Among them, 3 martial artists at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial vein were no match for him. Report. That guy is too ferocious. Wherever he goes, 100 meters of ice is sealed. Hundreds of people are directly frozen. The continuous reports made the remaining 11 leaders at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein have ugly expressions on their faces. Big brother, we can't wait any longer. Let's kill our way out. The third leader stood up and said loudly. No, wait for him to come in. The leader shook his head and said, You guys immediately send the order for everyone to move aside and make a path for that kid. Even though the attendants didn't understand why, they still did as they were told. After all, they were utterly unable to obstruct Ling Xiao at this moment, so instead of trying to give their lives away, it was better to retreat and strive to preserve their lives. After the manservants left, the leader said, It seems that this person's strength is not ordinary. He is definitely one of the best among the martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. The 11 of us can ambush him here. As long as he comes in, we will join hands to kill him. We will not give him a chance to turn the tables. So that's how it is. Big brother is wise. Only then did everyone come to a realization. However, they did not know that by doing so, they had already lost in terms of momentum. It was equivalent to admitting that they were inferior to Ling Xiao. However, they did not care. As bandits, their goal was to kill the enemy. Bullying others with numbers was something they often did. As long as that kid dares to come in, he will be left without a corpse. Does he really think he is that old thing Ling Xiaotian? I'm in, but I don't know how you're going to leave me without a corpse. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from the door. Ling Xiao actually walked in from the door in a grand manner. 11, hee, just in time to save me the trouble of looking everywhere. Surround him. When the leader saw that Ling Xiao had actually walked in so boldly, he completely did not put the 11 leaders in his eyes. He was immediately furious and ordered everyone to surround Ling Xiao. Brat, you've walked right into our trap today. Even if that old man Ling Xiaotian wants to save you, he won't have the chance. After surrounding Ling Xiao, the 11 leaders immediately laughed out loud. This was because they could see that Ling Xiao's strength had definitely not reached the level of a martial master. As long as he was not a martial master, even a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein would not be able to survive their siege. Not to mention that Ling Xiao's current cultivation seemed to only be at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. When they surrounded Ling Xiao, they secretly circulated their energy and prepared to attack at the same time, hoping to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Save me? Why do you want to save me? On the other hand, you should think about whether the ninjas you've joined will send experts to save you. Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent, and he did not look nervous at all. Young man, you don't have to pretend to be calm. That old thing Ling Xiaotian sent you to our Black Scarf Gang's lair to send you to your death. You still foolishly work for others. The leader said with a smile. If you're willing, you can join our Black Scarf Gang and serve the Ninja Emperor of the Ninja Clan. We'll guarantee you a high position and wealth. If I say that I killed 2 of your leaders, will you still invite me? Ling Xiao asked the leader of the Black Scarf Bandits. Chapter 130. Bandits will always be bandits. How could I, Ling Xiao, associate myself with you? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly when he heard the leader of the Black Scarf Bandits. Novels la. Looks like you're really looking for death. The team leader's face darkened. Big brother, don't waste your breath on this brat. Let's capture him first to avoid unnecessary trouble. The second in command shouted. Go! The team leader waved his hand. Apart from him, the other 10 team leaders attacked at the same time. Falcon Fist. Flying Sword. Breaking Wind Saber. Hunting Wolf Kick. The 10 leaders were all at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. At this moment, each of them displayed their famous ultimate skills and attacked Ling Xiao from all sides. The team leader didn't make a move because he wanted to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping and then intercept him. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao's only threat was his speed. This could be analyzed based on the servant's report just now. However, Ling Xiao just stood there. Not only did he have no intention of running away, he didn't even have any intention of attacking. He just stared at the team leader, and a disdainful smile gradually appeared on his face. This group of bandits had been living in the Dragon Submission Mountain range for many years and were used to bullying the weak. They did not dare to offend the Tianfeng city's 4 great clans. This made them truly look like frogs at the bottom of a well. Other than conceit and ignorance, he had no other characteristics. Clang! Zung! Bang! Pa! Because Ling Xiao didn't dodge, the attacks of the 10 black scarf bandits all landed on him. Demon Ox Art, Ice Demon! In that instant, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have suddenly expanded. But in reality, his body was wrapped in an ice demon shell that was 2 to 3 meters tall. When the attacks of the 10 leaders landed on the ice devil's shell, not only did they not cause any damage to Ling Xiao, but they were also injured by the Snow Lotus Gangqi that instantly shot out. This Snow Lotus energy came from the perfect stage of the superior grade martial technique, Snow Lotus Energy Technique. The terrifying power was not something a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein could withstand. Not to mention that these 10 leaders were so focused on attacking Ling Xiao that they did not put up any defenses. As the frigid stellar energy entered their bodies, they were instantly frozen solid. Bang, bang, bang! At that moment, Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to use the meteor punch, sending a punch to each of the 10 black scarf bandits' leaders. They were all sent flying. Once the frozen person hit a hard spot, the result was obvious. Even a Dalio immortal would not be able to save them. Seeing this scene, the head of the black scarf bandits, who had not made a move, was completely dumbfounded. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that this would be the result. The strength displayed by this young man was much stronger than an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, although he had yet to reach the martial master realm. However, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a half-step martial master. When did the Ling family have such a monster? The team leader was shocked. Even though he'd heard of the outcome of the Heaven Peak Grand Meeting, he never paid much attention to a grand meeting of children. From the looks of it, it was a mistake. Now that your 12 brothers have been killed by me, it won't be good for you to continue living. Let them have a companion on their way to the Yellow Springs. Ling Xiao said calmly as he looked at the head of the black scarf bandits. Brat, you're ruthless enough. The head of the black scarf bandits said through gritted teeth. Ruthless? Compared to the black scarf bandits who massacred ordinary people and killed low-level martial artists, it's a far cry. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Little brother, I know you hate our black scarf army, but we have no enmity with you in the past. Now that you've killed 12 of my brothers and many of my subordinates, shouldn't you vent your hatred? What do you want to say? Don't beat around the bush. Ling Xiao said coldly. Little brother is indeed straightforward. All right, I'll hand over all the wealth of the Black Scarf Army in exchange for my life. How about it? The head of the Black Scarf Bandits rolled his eyes and said, Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Little brother, don't be too conceited. I admit that you're very strong, but I have a treasure in my hands. If we really fight, it will inevitably be a situation where both sides will suffer. The head of the Black Scarf Bandits said, Well, it's not difficult for me to let you go, but your wealth better be worth your life. Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the head of the Black Scarf Bandits was overjoyed. Little brother, don't worry. I'll definitely let you be satisfied. Please follow me. Ling Xiao nodded and followed behind the head of the Black Scarf Bandits to the treasury. However, the head of the Black Scarf Bandits did not notice that Ling Xiao seemed to have done something the moment he turned around. The two of them arrived at the underground of the Black Scarf Bandits' lair. There was a huge treasury built here. After all, even in the Tianfeng city's 4 great families, there were not many people who had storage rings. The Black Scarf Bandits probably only had a total of 4 or 5 storage rings, and they were all ordinary items. The space inside was only 1 square foot, which was very small. It was impossible to store so many treasures. When the door of the treasury opened, Ling Xiao was greeted by a sight of gold. Although he did not look carefully, Ling Xiao was basically sure that the gold inside was enough for him to cultivate the 9th transformation golden body technique to the 8th transformation. In addition to gold, there was also a large amount of silver and a small amount of spiritual stones. Spiritual stones were much more precious than gold and silver. This had already been mentioned before. Ling Xiao only had a total of 100 low-grade spiritual stones. However, there were at least 30,000 to 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones in the Black Scarf Bandit's lair. It was simply a fortune. "How is it, little brother? Are you satisfied?" When the head of the Black Scarf Bandits saw that Ling Xiao was attracted by the treasures in the treasury, he smiled and approached Ling Xiao. At this moment, something strange happened. Black Tiger Steel's heart. In that instant, the head of the Black Scarf Bandits suddenly erupted with earth energy. He used the Black Tiger Steel's heart of the Black Tiger Fist and attacked Ling Xiao's back. The distance was too close. The speed was too fast. In this situation, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not have the slightest time to react, let alone defend. After all, the head of the Black Scarf Bandits was also a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. The fist directly smashed into Ling Xiao's body, and the head of the Black Scarf Bandits revealed a maniacal smile. "Brat, didn't anyone tell you not to believe the words of bandits?" "That's right, no one has ever told me, but this time, I've learned it." Ling Xiao's voice actually came from behind the head of the Black Scarf Bandits. This caused the head of the Black Scarf Bandits to tremble, and his mind was in a mess. He did not understand why Ling Xiao would appear behind him when he had clearly killed Ling Xiao. "You! How did you do it?" There was nothing that could shock him more than this. Not only was this young man powerful, but he also had too many tricks up his sleeve. It was simply impossible to guard against. "Sai, after taking your things, I was afraid that I would be too soft to kill you. However, since you have done it yourself, then I have no reason to hesitate." Ling Xiao sighed. Seeing that the head of the Black Scarf Bandits was about to reach for something at his waist, he suddenly raised his hand. A sword light shot out. The speed was so fast that it even surpassed Ling Xiao's own movement technique. The head of the Black Scarf Bandits stopped moving. Chapter 131. Come back! The flying sword was recalled back into the mountain river world. Originally, Ling Xiao could have killed the leader of the Black Scarf Thieves outside, but he lacked resources. The treasures of the Black Scarf Thieves had a fatal attraction to him. Therefore, he created his martial spirit avatar and followed behind the leader of the Black Scarf Thieves. It was to guard against this fellow's sneak attack. He didn't expect the other party to really launch a sneak attack. If it was his real body, he would probably be injured. After that, he saw that the leader of the Black Scarf Thieves wanted to take something. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he used the Imperial Sword technique to kill him. Although he didn't know what the leader of the Black Scarf Thieves wanted to take, at that moment, the Mountain River martial spirit gave him a warning of danger. This meant that what the leader of the Black Scarf Thieves wanted to take was enough to pose a threat to him. Ling Xiao walked over and took the storage ring from the leader's hand. Other than some high-level martial arts, a top-notch beginner-level martial arts, gold and silver, and dozens of low-grade spirit stones, there was nothing else. It was estimated that the storage rings of the top few leaders would be filled with similar things. He thought for a moment, then took out the gold and spirit stones and put them into the mountain river world. He prepared to leave the rest of the things for the Ling family. In any case, he didn't need the silver, he didn't care about high-level martial arts, and beginner-level martial arts didn't have much attraction to him. After taking the storage ring, he swept everything in the Black Scarf Thieves' treasury into the mountain river world. It was the same. He left the silver for the Ling family to rebuild, and kept the gold and low-grade spirit stones for himself. After that, he took the thing from the waist of the leader of the Black Scarf Thieves. After the analysis of the mountain river martial spirit, he came to a conclusion: the exterminating dragon pill was a byproduct of a failed refinement. It had a terrifying explosive power, and could injure a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial vein. Once a martial artist below the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein was blown up, they would die without a doubt. Because this item was produced by chance, it couldn't be mass-produced and was extremely rare. What a terrifying thing! Fortunately, I didn't let that guy use it. Otherwise, I would definitely be injured. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He had to thank his mountain river martial spirit for reminding him in time. He kept the exterminating dragon pill in the mountain river world and went to the hall from before. He took out the other 4 storage rings and put all the gold and low-grade spirit stones in the mountain river world. As for the rest, such as martial arts and silver, they were all gathered together, and then shot out a whistling arrow. This whistling arrow was used by the Ling family to summon people when there was an emergency. They would have to trouble the Ling family to transport these things back. He would never give the storage ring to the Ling family. Although he now had a total of 7 storage rings including the ones he obtained in the past, these things could be used to exchange for spirit stones. When he arrived at the White Cloud capital, he would sell all 7 storage rings. He didn't need it anyway. The storage ability of the mountain river world was much stronger than that of a storage ring. Once the whistling arrow was fired, the Ling family members arrived in 15 minutes. The number of people who came was truly frightening. There was actually Ling Xiaotian and 3 grand elders, as well as Ling Yixue and Ling Yiheng. It was estimated that only Ling Wuheng, who was the current divine sword sect leader, was left in Tianfeng City. After entering the Black Scarf Bandits' lair, the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Xiaotian, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Although they believed that Ling Xiao could deal with the Black Scarf Bandits, they didn't expect it to be so easy. It didn't take long for the Black Scarf Bandits to be completely uprooted. Not only that, even the underground treasury of the Black Scarf Bandits was taken out. Patriarch, I'll have to trouble you to bring these things back to the Ling family. I've also wasted a lot of time. It's time to leave. Ling Xiao had completely familiarized himself with his strength after eliminating the Black Scarf Bandits. At present, it could be said that he was invincible below the martial master level. Even a half-step martial master would not be able to gain an advantage in front of him. Therefore, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Only by going to a wider place would he be able to develop further. Junior brother, I'll go with you. After Ling Xiao left, Ling Yixue had been feeling uneasy. Originally, she wanted to secretly follow Ling Xiao. However, she didn't expect Ling Xiao to shoot a whistling arrow. She thought that something had happened to Ling Xiao, so she hurried over. Some things were only known to be precious after they were lost. Ling Yixue thought that she wouldn't care too much about Ling Xiao leaving. However, when Ling Xiao really left, she realized that this person's image had been deeply imprinted in her heart. She also saw through her own heart because of this. Therefore, she proposed to leave with Ling Xiao. I couldn't ask for more. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior sister is now a martial master. When I go to the White Cloud capital, I still have to rely on senior sister's protection. Actually, he also wanted Ling Yixue to go to the White Cloud capital with him. This was because there wasn't much point for Ling Yixue to stay in Tianfeng City. It would only waste her talent. You're such a sweet talker. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Yixue couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although she was indeed a martial master, she knew in her heart that even if she were to face Ling Xiao now, her chances of winning were less than 50%. The most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao wasn't his strength, but his terrifying wisdom. If the two of you want to go to the White Cloud capital, I suggest you make a trip to the Dragon Gate first. Ever since Ling Xiaotian knew that Ling Xiao was going to the White Cloud capital, he had been busy gathering information, hoping to find a shortcut that would make it easier for Ling Xiao to integrate into the White Cloud capital. Just a moment ago, he received a piece of news. Therefore, he came personally this time with a purpose. Dragon Gate? Yes, the Dragon Gate is a port near Tianfeng City. often cargo ships from the Ninja Clan, Blue Eyes Clan, and other clans would arrive. Ling Xiaotian replied. I know this place, but why are we going there? I said that I want to go to the White Cloud capital. Ling Xiao asked, a little puzzled. Have you heard of the illusion pill? Ling Xiaotian asked. I've heard of it. Ling Xiao used to be a beggar, so he had heard a lot of strange things. Rumor had it that the illusion pill was a kind of pill that came from overseas. It could make a martial artist's cultivation easier and increase their strength quickly. That was why it was called the illusion pill. After he told Ling Xiaotian this, Ling Xiaotian shook his head and said, The illusion pill does have the effect that you mentioned. However, once this pill is consumed, you can't get rid of it. If you stop using it for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable all over. If you stop using it for a month, you'll feel unbearably itchy. If you stop using it for 3 months, you'll lose all your martial arts. That's so scary! Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Many people think that the illusion pill is a good thing, but this thing is very addictive. Moreover, you can't stop using it after using it. This is equivalent to being caught by others. Ling Xiaotian lamented. I heard that the illusion pill is secretly refined by the Ninja Clan. It's to be sold in the human territory so that the human martial artists will listen to their orders and become puppets. Thank you for the reminder, Patriarch. The two of us will definitely not consume such things. Ling Xiao said seriously. Yes, that's for the best. However, this isn't the only reason I'm talking about this. Actually, I want you and Yi Shui to seek refuge with Lord Lin Zhe, who is in charge of destroying the illusion pill in the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiaotian finally revealed his true intentions. Chapter 132. Tianfeng City, Dragon Gate Harbor. Billowing smoke drifted out from a deep pit in the harbor. It was emitted by the fantasy pills burned by the Baiyun Province's Border General, Lin Zhe. As the Baiyun Province's Border General, Lin Zhe was probably the only person in the entire Baiyun Province who did not fear Governor Wan Ben. He was upright and plain-spoken, and abhorred evil. His attitude toward ninjas was completely different from Governor Wan Ben's. Although the burning of the fantasy pills at the Dragon Gate Harbor was an order from the Northern Han Imperial Court, if Lin Zhe had not stood his ground, the matter would not have been carried out in the Baiyun Province. On the day of the burning of the fantasy pills, young cultivators from Tianfeng City came to observe. Lin Zhe announced something on the spot. Due to the support of the Tianfeng City's young cultivators for the burning of the fantasy pills, a few of them would be chosen to go with him to Baiyun Province and enter the Border General's residence to be groomed. The influence of this matter among the cultivators was naturally greater than the burning of the fantasy pills. That day, Lin Zhe set up an arena at the harbor and ordered one of his young subordinates to accept the challenge. The cultivator's name was Lin Qin. He was a 16-year-old cultivator at the peak of the 6th layer of the martial vein realm. He could be considered to have a boundless future. The requirement was very simple. If one could exchange over 100 moves with him, they would be qualified to go with him to Baiyun Province. Lin Zhe sat in the referee's seat. He was dressed in martial attire and radiated a heroic aura. He was tall and straight, and his beard was about a foot long. Although he was over 50 years old, he looked very healthy. His body seemed to contain a terrifying power. Just by sitting there, he gave off an enormous pressure. However, it was very strange. No matter how one looked at him, Lin Zhe seemed to be an extremely ordinary cultivator. Everyone found it very strange. Where did that powerful pressure come from? Perhaps only after reaching the martial master realm could one truly understand how terrifying Lin Zhe was. The reason why Lin Zhe looked like an ordinary cultivator was because he had cultivated to a terrifying level of quintessential essence. Even if he did not use any aura-concealing martial arts, he could still restrain his quintessential essence. The reason why he was still so mighty and terrifying was because he was a general. That was because, as a general, he had slaughtered on the battlefield. The number of foreign martial artists who had died at his hands was not a small number. That kind of might could be understood as killing intent. It was not something that could be cultivated through pure cultivation. It could only be tempered through slaughter. It was rumored that when Lin Zhe was 30 years old, he had already reached the 9th level of the martial vein and opened 9 martial veins. That year, he had single-handedly taken the enemy's head and saved the life of the prince of the sacred dynasty. In that battle, he actually killed more than 10 martial artists of the same level in succession, shocking the entire imperial court and causing the bandits to be utterly defeated. What was even more terrifying was that after Rins was promoted to the position of border guard general, there was once when he chased after a ninja assassin who had sneaked into the White Cloud capital to assassinate the previous governor. He actually chopped off the head of a 9th-level demon beast with a single slash, and finally cut off the head of the ninja. There were many legends about this person. There were even many stories about him among the common people. In all of Northern Han, and even in the Sacred Dynasty, there were very few people who had never heard of Lin Zhe. And this time, Lin Zhe came to the Dragon Gate to burn the illusion pills that harmed people. He even fought against 3 ninjas at the 9th level of the martial vein and killed all 3 of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many illusion pills to be seized. Because of this, Lin Zhe's appearance really made the Dragon Gate and even Tianfeng City's martial artists go crazy. After all, the strongest person in the entire Tianfeng City was only the Ling clan's ancestor, Ling Xiaotian, who was only at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. In front of Lin Zhe, Ling Xiaotian was like a baby who wasn't even a month old, not worth mentioning. Now, Lin Zhe gave everyone a chance to follow Lin Zhe. Who wouldn't be tempted? Unfortunately, the Tianfeng City's martial artists really disappointed Lin Zhe. Since the beginning of the selection, not a single martial artist could last more than 3 moves from Lin Chun. Now that over 100 people had challenged him, Lin Zhe gradually lost his patience. He started to doubt whether his decision this time was correct. Actually, there was a reason why he did this. He heard that the Heavenly Ninja Academy led by the ninjas had once come to Tianfeng City to scout for talents. They obtained a person called Li Xinghui and another called Shi Yulian. He had seen these 2 people before, and they were indeed extraordinary. With a little tempering, they could become useful talents. It was because of this that he thought of holding such a selection. However, the reality made him a little disappointed. Could it be that in such a big Tianfeng City, there really isn't a talented young martial artist? Or are all the talents recruited by the Heavenly Ninja Academy? Lin Zhe shook his head gently and looked at the sky. It was almost dark, so he decided to wait until it was dark to end this boring selection. However, at this moment, a person suddenly appeared in the arena. Junior Ling Fifen greets the border guarding general. Ling Fifen? Lin Zhe vaguely heard that the Ling clan was surrounded by the ninjas, the Shi clan, and the Li clan, but they survived in the end. There must be a talent in the ninjas. Sir, I've heard of this person, Lin Chun whispered. I was fortunate enough to visit Tianfeng City and the Ling clan once. This Ling Fifen was known as the most outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Ling clan. Like Li Xinghui, he was one of the 4 princes of Tianfeng City. Oh? And that was a year ago. The current Ling Fifen seems to be even better than a year ago. Lin Chun continued. If that's the case, then let him try. But you can't be merciful. If he can withstand 100 moves from you, then we'll take him away. If he can't, then we'll immediately stop this boring selection. Lin Zhe said that for a reason. Since Ling Fifen was one of the 4 princes of Tianfeng City like Li Xinghui, then he should be the top of the younger generation in Tianfeng City. If he couldn't do it, then the others couldn't. I understand. Lin Chun naturally wouldn't be merciful. He was about the same age as Ling Fifen, and now he was following General Lin Zhe. If he was defeated by Ling Fifen, not only would he be humiliated, but Lin Zhe would also be humiliated. This young man is not bad. He looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old, but he has already reached the 6th level of the martial vein. This is very rare, at least in a small place like Tianfeng City. Lin Zhe was looking forward to Ling Fifen's performance. After all, Ling Fifan was much stronger than the previous warriors. Ling Fifan looked at Lin Zhe with excitement in his heart. In fact, he had already returned to Tianfeng City, but he didn't dare to approach the Ling clan when they were besieged. He even came to the Dragon Gate harbor and wanted to leave Tianfeng City by boat. Because he felt that the Ling clan was finished, and he would definitely die if he stayed here. But man proposes, God disposes. He learned to take the illusion pill in the Dragon Gate harbor, and his strength increased rapidly. He was now a peak 6th level martial artist. However, the terrifying side effect of the illusion pill forced him to submit to the ninjas. Chapter 133. In order to get more fantasy elixir, Lin Zhe, you will become my sacrifice. He stood there proudly and did not put Lin Chen in his eyes. Maybe the fantasy elixir gave him the right to be arrogant, and made him forget himself. Let's begin, Lin Zhe said lightly. Although he felt that Ling Fifan was not bad, he did not have much expectation. After all, Ling Fifan's footsteps were weak, which meant that his realm was not stable enough. It would not be easy for such a martial artist to take more than 100 moves from Lin Chen. Yes, General! Ling Fifan revealed an excited smile because the first step of his plan was successful. Next, he just needed to take more than 100 moves. Facing Lin Chen, Ling Fifan did not choose to defend but chose to attack directly. Sky Demon Spear! This was a rare martial art of the Ling family that Ling Fifan learned when he was training outside. This spear technique was very powerful and strange. It was a sudden attack that ordinary martial artists could not guard against. In addition, Ling Fifan's speed was also very fast. The movement technique that he used should be a top movement technique of the Ling family. Together with the Sky Demon Spear, he arrived in front of Lin Chen in an instant. Lose! Ling Fifan shouted. His long spear was like a dragon piercing through the sky. His body was like a ghost. The tip of the spear shook and it seemed to turn into countless spears. So powerful, is this the #1 martial artist of the Ling family's younger generation? This spear technique is really powerful. It would be great if he could defeat Lin Chen. It could be considered as bringing honor to the martial artists of Tianfeng City. There were many young martial artists at the scene. Many of them knew Ling Fifan, one of the 4 young masters of Tianfeng City. They felt that Ling Fifan's performance was very exciting. However, Lin Zhe, who was sitting in the referee's seat, looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking. But one thing was for sure, he was not satisfied with Ling Fifan's performance. Indeed, Ling Fifan's performance was definitely top-notch in Tianfeng City except for a few people. It was a pity that Tianfeng City had strange talents like Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. Lin Chen, who was facing Ling Fifan, was a young warrior who had been personally taught by Lin Zhe. In the face of Ling Fifan's spear skill, Lin Chen was neither sad nor happy. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. He just stepped back a little, and then suddenly pulled out the waist knife that he had never pulled out. Boom! The saber and spear collided fiercely in the air. Lin Chen took 2 steps back, but Ling Fifan actually took more than 10 steps back before he could stand firm. Ling Fifan was shocked by this scene. One had to know that he was the one who initiated the attack. Logically speaking, this attack should be a huge advantage for him. However, the final result was actually like this. Didn't this mean that Lin Chen was much stronger than him? Unwilling to admit defeat, Ling Fifan launched another attack. Lin Chen had been on the defensive all this time and did not attack. After all, Ling Fifan was not a weakling. It was impossible for him to defeat Ling Fifan in 3 moves like he did with other warriors. However, after adapting to Ling Fifan's fierce spear art, he was still able to fight. On the 53rd move, Lin Chen finally launched a counterattack. The seemingly ordinary saber directly hit Ling Fifan's spear. Ling Fifan's body shook violently. At that moment, he couldn't even hold his weapon and was directly kicked out by Lin Chen. Sigh, young man, go back and consolidate your cultivation. Although you have reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, if you really fight, You might not even be able to defeat a warrior at the early stage of the 6th level. Lindsay was really disappointed. The so-called Tianfeng cities for young masters was actually such a piece of material. It was too despairing. Tianfeng City is just a small city. What kind of geniuses can there be? General, you think too highly of these people. Suddenly, a very discordant voice sounded. Wan Renwang! Lindsay looked at this person. His face was a little ugly. He said coldly, Wan Renwang, you are only sent by the governor to help me burn the fantasy pill. Although Tianfeng City is small, there are still geniuses. It's just that I, Lindsay, did not have the chance to meet them. Don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha, General Lin, you think too highly of these trash. I'll say it here today. If anyone can smoothly take 100 moves from me, Wan Renwang, I will kneel down and kowtow to apologize to him. Wan Renwang's strength was not too strong. He was about the same as Lin Chen. However, Wan Renwang was a disciple of Sky Ninja Academy. Lin Chen belonged to the border general's residence. General, can you give me another chance? Ling Fifan suddenly said. Forget it. I've said before that your foundation is not stable. You must have used some method to forcefully increase your cultivation. Go back and consolidate your cultivation. Lindsay was more patient and did not want to give Ling Fifan too much of a blow. General Lin, what's wrong with giving him another chance? Are you afraid that Lin Chen will lose? Wan Renwang said with a smile. Although his strength was not as strong as Lindsay, it could even be said that he was far behind. However, his status was not low. This time, he came to the Longmen Harbor on behalf of the governor of Baiyun Citadel, Wan Ben. He was confident that Lindsay would not dare to touch him. That was why he was so presumptuous. General Lin, if you don't let me try again, that would be unfair. I just underestimated you and did not use my true strength, Ling Fifan said loudly. Lindsay frowned. He had started to hate this young man called Ling Fifan from his disappointment. In a real battle, underestimating the enemy meant death. Did he have the chance to say that he wanted to try again? It was stupid to be honest. Lin Chen, let him see what a real battle is. Lindsay did not object to Ling Fifan's request. He gave Lin Chen an order. Although Lin Chen was a peak level 6 martial pulse martial artist, which was not considered high, he had fought on the battlefield. If he used his true strength, Ling Fifan would not be able to withstand it. However, Ling Fifan did not know that. He only knew that he had entered the 4th floor of the Ling family's library and learned some of the profound meaning of the extraordinary martial arts. Although it was just a superficial knowledge, he felt that it was more powerful than any of the top martial arts that he had cultivated. As long as he used it, Lin Chen would definitely lose. Yes, sir! Lin Chen cupped his hands and sighed. Ling Fifan did not know what was good for him. What was Lin Zai's judgment? Could he not see how strong you are? He had made up his mind. He would give Ling Fifan a chance to attack and then defeat him with lightning speed. He would teach this young man a lesson. Whether he could break out of his cocoon and be reborn in the future would depend on his comprehension. Make your move, Lin Chen said to Ling Fifan. Let me make the first move. You will regret it. Ling Fifan was worried that he would not be able to use his move when the opponent attacked. After all, the profound meaning of the extraordinary martial arts required a special state. It would take more time. Now that the opponent had given him the chance, he would not reject it. At that moment, he closed his eyes and his earth energy began to change strangely. This kind of change made Lin Chen and Myriad Renwang somewhat interested. Only Lin Zai was still expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. Chapter 134. Ling Fifan's movement entered a very mysterious state. This spear had a feeling of almost perfect integration with the surrounding environment. But it was still a bit lacking. Clang! Ling Fifan's body was surrounded by a strong wind. The long spear was pointed at Lin Chen's direction, forming a natural force. This was not only Gang Qi, but more like the integration of gang qi and the natural force. This was the characteristic of extraordinary martial arts. However, Ling Fifan's mastery was too poor. In the process of integration, it instantly left the perfect state. Flying Snow Spear! The stone tablet that Ling Fifan comprehended that day was the same one that Ling Xiao comprehended. Although the effects were different today, the profound was still the same. Clang! The spear thrust out. The power was clearly much stronger than the previous spear technique. Few people under the martial master realm would dare to take this spear head-on. Good! What kind of move is this? Why do I feel that it is more terrifying than the top martial arts? Could this be the legendary transcendent martial arts? No, it should be a remnant profound. The real extraordinary martial arts are much more terrifying than this. Ling Fifan's spear attack shocked many warriors. They were surprised that Ling Fifan had such a high comprehension at such a young age. It was known that many senior warriors could not comprehend anything even if they had the remnant profound of extraordinary martial arts. Those who could comprehend half a move from the remnant profound could be called geniuses. But who was Lin Chen? He was a young warrior cultivated by Lin Zhe. Although he was only at the peak of the 6th level of the martial pulse realm, he had not reached the martial master realm. He had not even reached the level of half-step martial master. But his fighting skills were superb. He did not retreat, but went forward and directly chopped with his saber. He did not use much gangqi, but this saber hit the weak point of Ling Fifan's move. Ling Fifan, who was originally in high spirits, was forced back by the counterforce. Then, he was ruthlessly kicked out of the ring by Lin Chen. You are using a move from the remnant profound of extraordinary martial arts, right? Lin Zhe looked at Ling Fifan coldly and said, Young man, you haven't fully grasped the top-level martial arts, but you are biting off more than you can chew. I'm afraid that the power of this move is not even comparable to the top-level martial arts of the rare level. If you can cultivate a top-notch entry-level martial art to the transformation realm, it will be better than wasting your time on this. This move seems powerful, but in fact, it is extremely stupid. This time, Lin Zhe didn't give face to Ling Fifan, because he didn't want to bite off more than he could chew and ruin this young man. He hoped that Ling Fifan could practice in a down-to-earth manner. After all, in his opinion, Ling Fifan was still talented. As long as he worked hard, it was not impossible for him to become a martial master in the future. This cold and emotionless voice made all the martial artists present lower their heads. They truly understood what the gap between them was. One of Skypeak City's 4 young masters was actually unable to withstand a single blow in front of a martial artist of the same cultivation realm. This was impossible. Ling Fifan blankly lay on the ground, and even forgot to stand up. He could not believe that the moves he was so proud of were worthless in front of that young man. What was going on? Ha! Tianfeng City's 4 young masters? In my opinion, they are just 4 insects. The king of 10,000 people laughed heartily. This person didn't help Lin Zhe, nor did he help Tianfeng City. This guy was purely here to cause trouble. No matter who was going to make a fool of themselves, he would be happy to watch the show. Not necessarily. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was Wang Zui, who was lucky enough to survive. The Wang family was directly annihilated by Fei Mu. But Fei Mu was only one person after all. It was impossible for him to kill everyone, so there were still some who managed to escape. Among them was Wang Zui, who was protected by the Wang family. After all, in the Wang family, only Wang Zui was most likely to avenge the Wang family. Wang Zui also thought so. However, what surprised him was that there was actually an unconfirmed news from the Ling family of Tianfeng City. Fei Mu was killed by Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. Although there was some enmity between him and Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. Therefore, he absolutely respected the two of them. Oh? You think you can? The king of 10,000 people sneered. I can't. Wang Zui shook his head and said, But you guys probably haven't heard that in this year's Tianfeng Grand Festival, there was a young man called Ling Xiao who defeated everyone and got first place. Ling Xiao? When Lin Zhe heard this name, he couldn't help but look at Lin Chen. I don't know. The Tianfeng Grand Festival might be a big event in Tianfeng City, but there aren't many people in Baiyun capital who know about it. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. What a pity! Can't the talents of Tianfeng City be used by me, Lin Zhe? Lin Zhe sighed and stood up, preparing to leave. Some things couldn't be forced. He wouldn't be like the Sky Ninja Academy who went to other people's homes to snatch people. Ha ha ha, that Ling Xiao you're talking about is probably just a scoundrel. Otherwise, why wouldn't he dare to come out and show his skills? The king of 10,000 people laughed. To deal with you, there's no need for Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a white-clothed girl flew onto the stage. Lin Zhe suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because he felt the unique aura coming from the white-clothed girl. Very strong. Very confident. Who are you? The king of 10,000 people asked. Ling Yixue, the girl replied. Then, she looked at Lin Zhe and bowed. General Lin, if I defeat that person, can I also join the border guarding general's residence? She was obviously referring to the king of 10,000 people. Although she could also defeat Lin Chen, she wanted to teach the king of 10,000 people a lesson. Ha ha ha, of course! Lin Zhe laughed happily. The king of 10,000 people and Lin Chen's strength were on par. If she could defeat the king of 10,000 people, she would definitely be able to defeat Lin Chen. Of course, if she had to lose, Lin Zhe still hoped that the king of 10,000 people would go up and be the sucker. Miss, don't be so arrogant. The king of 10,000 people landed on the stage, and Lin Chen naturally retreated to the side. At this time, Ling Yixue had also learned some techniques to conceal her aura, so one couldn't tell that she was a martial master from the surface. Because of this, the king of 10,000 people had no scruples. In his opinion, there was no one in Tianfeng City worthy of his attention. Can we begin? Ling Yixue looked at the king of 10,000 people indifferently and asked. I'll let you have 3 moves first, in case you say I'm bullying the weak. The king of 10,000 people said disdainfully. Ling Yixue didn't say anything else, but suddenly raised her hand. Geocentric ice lotus bind. At that moment, the king of 10,000 people's body froze. Then, Ling Yixue just casually slapped with her palm, and the ice man fell to the ground. If Lin Zhe hadn't intercepted at the critical moment, the king of 10,000 people would have died. Miss, give me some face. Lin Zhe also wanted the king of 10,000 people to die, but once the king of 10,000 people died, he would completely fall out with the Baiyun provincial governor Wan Ben. At least for now, he didn't want to do that. Otherwise, the Baiyun province would fall into a catastrophe. Senior sister, forget it. Killing that kind of trash is useless. Don't dirty your hands. A young man's voice came from the crowd. He was only 14 years old this year, but his height was no shorter than an adult's. Plus, he had a mature and steady temperament. It was really hard to associate him with a child. Chapter 135. I'll listen to you. Ling Yixue stepped aside. Good. Good job. Lin Zhe looked at Ling Yixue and praised. You are so powerful at such a young age. If you can join the border general's mansion, it will be my honor. General, you are flattering me. If my junior brother joins, I will join, Ling Yixue said lightly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Ling Xiao. There were jealousy, admiration, and envy in their eyes. Ling Yixue was like an ice fairy, yet she was so obedient to someone. How could people not be envious of her? There was a pair of vicious eyes in the crowd. Those eyes belonged to Ling Fifan. In fact, there was no deep hatred between him and Ling Xiao. It was just that he used to pursue Ling Yixue. Now that he saw Ling Yixue's attitude towards Ling Xiao, how could he not see it? His heart was burning with anger. It was as if he was going to explode. He gritted his teeth and touched the dream elixir on his waist. It was a special dream elixir that he got from the ninja clan. It could make a martial artist go crazy for a short time. He was not afraid of pain and his strength would increase tremendously. He didn't want to use it. After all, he would lose his mind after using it. He didn't know what he would do. But he decided to use it now. If Ling Xiao passed Lin Zai's test, he would defeat Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao lose face. He slowly got up from the ground and retreated into the crowd. He didn't want Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue to see him. "Little brother, are you the junior brother of this lady?" Lin Zai asked with a smile. "Greetings, General Lin. I have heard of your name since I was young. It is my honor to meet you in person." Ling Xiao didn't know how to flatter. He was telling the truth. Lin Zai was qualified to make him say such things. In fact, no matter how powerful Lin Zai was, he was someone that Ling Xiao admired a lot. "You have seen me before?" Lin Zai didn't like people who flattered him, so he had a bad impression of Ling Xiao. "General, perhaps you don't remember, but many years ago, there was a little beggar on the streets of Tianfeng City who was almost killed by a galloping carriage. It was all thanks to you that the little beggar was saved by throwing the carriage to the side." Ling Xiao didn't know what Lin Zai was thinking. He was just expressing his excitement. "That little beggar can't be you, right?" Lin Zai exclaimed. "That's me," Ling Xiao said with some pride. "Since that day, I have wanted to follow General Lin to the battlefield and resist the foreign races. Today, I finally have the opportunity. Are you confident that you can survive 100 moves from Lin Chen?" Lin Zai was very curious. This young man's aura was only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Where did his confidence come from? Was he another pretentious person? This was mainly because Ling Zhao's Mountain River martial spirits model was too effective. Even an expert like Lin Zai couldn't see through his cultivation. "That's not it." Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. "Little brother, you want to follow your senior sister into the border guarding general's estate, right? Fine, your senior sister is a genius. I can break this rule for her." Lin Zai wasn't a stubborn old man. If he could take Ling Yixue into the border guarding general's estate, so what if he had to deal with Ling Xiao? "I'm going to kill you!" Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak again, the king of 10,000 human had already escaped from the ice. He angrily roared at Ling Yixue. "General, you seem to have misunderstood me. I mean, just like senior sister, I don't want to fight with brother Lin Chen. I just want to teach that king of 10,000 human a lesson. Otherwise, people will say that our Tianfeng city has no one." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say. When he said this, Lin Zai was shocked. If Ling Yixue could defeat the king of 10,000 human, he could still accept it. After all, when Ling Yixue went up on stage, he saw how powerful this girl was. But Ling Xiao, to be honest, he really didn't see anything special about him. "Little brother, no matter what you do, you have to know your limits." Lin Zai smiled bitterly. He thought that Ling Xiao was trying to be strong. "General Lin, junior brother isn't weaker than me," Ling Yixue said. "Oh?" Lin Zai couldn't help but look shocked. For Ling Yixue to say this, it shouldn't be fake. "All right then, you haven't said your name yet." "I'm Ling Xiao." "Ah. He's Ling Xiao. The Ling Xiao who defeated Li Xinghui? I've only heard of him, but I've never seen him. I didn't expect him to be so young. It can't be wrong. I saw him fight with my own eyes that day. His 9 transformation golden body technique and double shadow sword technique are both terrifying." After Ling Xiao introduced himself, the audience finally confirmed his identity. Although some people felt that he looked like Ling Xiao, they didn't dare to confirm it. "So you're Ling Xiao, the leader of Tianfeng City's 4 young masters? All right, then I'll kill you first, then deal with that woman." When Myriad King heard Ling Xiao's name, he was also excited. Since the two of you are willing to exchange blows, then give it a try." Lin Zai smiled. He finally changed his opinion of Ling Xiao completely. If Ling Xiao's calmness wasn't faked, then this young man was too terrifying. Facing a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear or cowardice. He still acted so calm and experienced. Just this temperament alone was much stronger than many people. Including many outstanding talents in the border general's residence, they were far from being able to compare to this child. On the stage, Ling Xiao and myriad kings stood on each side. You just said that there's no one in Tianfeng City? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, myriad king answered. You said that Tianfeng City's martial artists are all trash? That's right, I said that too. Then why did you lose to senior apprentice sister Yi Shui? Ling Xiao asked coldly. That was just an accident. I underestimated my opponent and didn't use my true ability, myriad king said again. Really shameless. Our Tianfeng City's martial artists are trash when they lose. You lost because you underestimated your opponent? Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. Alright, then I'll give you a chance to use your true ability. What if you lose to me again? Lose to you? Impossible! Myriad King laughed loudly. What if I lose? If I lose, I'll apologize to all the martial artists in Tianfeng City in public, Myriad King said confidently. Alright, I hope you can keep your promise. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then got into a stance. Barbaric Bull's Strength. Facing Myriad King, Ling Xiao didn't even use high-grade martial arts, but used the most ordinary basic martial arts. Looking down on me? Myriad King was enraged. The martial artists watching the show below the stage were also stunned. They didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually underestimate his opponent so much. Actually, did Ling Xiao underestimate his opponent? Not at all. Barbaric Bull Strength, this basic martial art, he had already cultivated it to perfection long ago. Its power was comparable to high-grade martial arts at large success stage. And coupled with Ox Demon's skill, this basic martial arts power was comparable to high-grade martial arts at great perfection stage. The scariest thing wasn't this. The scariest thing was that Ling Xiao comprehended the way to use soul force from the horrifying finger. So he applied this soul force to the transformation of Barbaric Bull Strength. Barbaric Bull Strength was a martial art without fixed moves to begin with. Chapter 136. It could be said that today's Barbaric Bull's strength had already broken free from the shackles of basic martial arts. It had even surpassed the realm of perfection and entered a realm that no one had ever come into contact with. Ling Xiao named this realm Spirit Realm. As the name suggested, it was the realm of integrating soul power. Its power had already surpassed the high-level martial arts, and was comparable to the entry-level top martial arts. Eh? Seeing this scene, Lin Zhe let out a cry of surprise. He really did not expect that Ling Zhao's understanding of martial arts had reached such a level. One must know that since ancient times, there were very few who could cultivate martial arts to the realm of perfection. Entering this realm that had never been seen before was something he had never heard of. This child's ability to comprehend was simply too astonishing. Although surprised, Lin Zhe did not say anything. After all, the realm was one thing, but the power was another. He really wanted to see what kind of effect this seemingly casual punch of Ling Zhao's could achieve. Moo! The barbaric bull let out a roar. Ling Zhao's entire body was wrapped in the barbaric bull formed by the Gang Qi as he charged towards King of 10,000 People. King of 10,000 People could not help but sneer. Ling Xiao, you think too highly of yourself. You actually want to create your own martial arts? Even a martial master might not dare to do so. Although he could see that Ling Zhao's punch was special, he did not take it to heart. But because of the lesson of losing to Ling Yixue, he still subconsciously put up a defense. Waving his fists, a shield made of Gang Qi appeared in front of him. King Kong's shield! That should be a rare realm top martial arts, and a pure defense martial arts. How can a basic martial arts break through the defense? This was the real thought in the hearts of almost all the martial artists who were watching this battle. Ling Fifan also snorted disdainfully. Idiot, do you think this is the Ling family? You want to rely on basic martial arts to dominate? Bang! Ling Zhao's fists landed on the King Kong's shield. As expected, he could not move an inch. Beautiful! To everyone's astonishment, a cheer suddenly exploded near the ring. The spectators wanted to scold who was the idiot. How could this be a good cheer? How could this be called beautiful? But when they looked in that direction, they were dumbfounded. That was because the person who shouted that was none other than Lin Zhe. At this moment, everyone swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. But they still did not understand. This move had clearly been blocked by Myriad Human King, so why did Lin Zhe say it was good? He couldn't have said that to the king of 10,000 men, right? Lin Zhe didn't have such a good relationship with the king of 10,000 people. Puff! Just as everyone was puzzled, Wan Renwang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire person instantly became dispirited and listless. What's going on? The sudden appearance of this scene caused the martial artists with poor eyesight to be dumbfounded once again. General, please forgive this subordinate's stupidity. What happened just now? Could it be that the king of 10,000 people was injured by Ling Yixue? Lin Qin asked in confusion. Don't you feel it? The most terrifying part of Ling Zhao's punch was its attack on the soul. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Talent, truly a talent. Little brother, looks like this general had eyes but failed to recognize gold and jade. Your talent far surpasses anyone present, including this general. This evaluation was really too high. One had to know, Lin Zhe broke through to the 9th level martial vein around the age of 30, unlocking 9 martial veins. He said that Ling Zhao's talent was even better than his. Didn't that mean that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to break through to the 9th level martial vein before the age of 30? General's wrong, love. Ling Xiao clasped his hands and said with a smile. The attack on the king of 10,000 people this time was merely his first attempt. Honestly speaking, he really didn't think that the king of 10,000 people would be so weak, being beaten up by him to vomit blood in one move. He still had many moves that he had yet to display. For example, fusing the soul attack into the fallen star fist, fusing it into the double shadow sword art. Another example was that his martial soul had yet to be displayed. It ended just like that? No, what wrong, love? This general has never spoken empty words. You are indeed the most talented martial arts prodigy I have ever seen. Lin Zhe walked over excitedly, reaching out his hand and patting Ling Zhao's shoulder. He's a prodigy? Then what am I? Although the king of 10,000 people vomited blood, his injuries weren't considered serious. After all, he was a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level martial vein. Although his soul was injured and it was very uncomfortable, at this moment, because of his anger, he actually temporarily forgot the pain on his soul. This general is Lin Zhe. If you are willing to join the border guarding general's residence, we will treat you as friends. Lin Zhe said to Ling Xiao with a smile. That attitude was completely like talking to an old friend that he hadn't seen for many years. When this sentence was said, it once again shocked all the martial artists present. General, this isn't too good, is it? Lin Qin was also a little jealous. After all, he had followed Lin Zhe for a very long time. At most, he was treated as a disciple by Lin Zhe. However, they had only met once and Lin Zhe actually wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a friend. It would be strange if he wasn't jealous. Lin Qin, you understand me. Do you still need me to explain some things? Lin Zhe only glanced at Lin Qin and said indifferently. However, this sentence was like the evening drum and morning bell, instantly waking Lin Qin up. Although Ling Xiao was young, his talent was astonishing. Sooner or later, he would shock the Baiyun province, Northern Han, and even the human race's sacred dynasty. What was wrong with making friends with such a person? Although Lin Zhe was a high and mighty general and a master at the peak of the 9th level martial vein, he looked at problems from the perspective of development. He could see Ling Zhao's terrifying future. I am indebted to the general's great favor. Ling Xiao does not dare to accept it. Ling Xiao was still self-aware. Although his potential wasn't bad, potential was still just potential. Before it turned into strength, he couldn't be too arrogant. There's nothing to be afraid of. From now on, you, Ling Xiao, are my friend. If anyone dares to touch you, then they are going against me. Lin Zhe patted Ling Zhao's back twice and laughed loudly. He was really happy. After searching for many years, he still couldn't find a suitable successor. Now that he finally met one, how could he not be happy? Well, since it's like this, Ling Xiao won't refuse anymore. The first time was modesty, the second time was a bit disrespectful. Lin Zhe, a peak 9th level martial vein martial artist, was willing to be friends with you, and you were not willing? If this spread out, Lin Zhe would lose face. Besides, Ling Xiao was sincerely willing to be friends with Lin Zhe because he had always admired this general. Junior brother, it seems that we came to the Dragon Gate harbor right this time. Ling Yixue revealed a smile more beautiful than plum blossoms in winter, which almost made the young martial artist dizzy. Seeing Ling Yixue's smile and Lin Zhe's attitude towards Ling Xiao, Ling Fifan simply couldn't bear it. On the stage, King of 10,000 People was also gnashing his teeth. By the way, Ling Xiao, I haven't officially invited you to join the border guarding general's mansion. Are you willing? In fact, Lin Zhe didn't need to ask this question. Because he was the border guarding general. He was a peak 9th level martial vein martial artist. He didn't need to give Ling Xiao face. But he asked? Chapter 137. Ling Xiao is willing to go. In fact, there was nothing to hesitate about. In the White Cloud capital, the only place that could contend against the Heavenly Ninja Academy was the Border General's estate. Furthermore, he had always respected Lin Zhe. Being able to follow Lin Zhe to the White Cloud capital could be considered as fulfilling his childhood wish. Furthermore, the White Cloud capital was his next destination. Although he didn't need to pass through the Dragon Submission Mountain range, the journey was long. With Lin Zhe around, even if he encountered any trouble, it should be easily resolved. Good. Brother Ling Xiao, on this trip to the Border General's estate, you will see many cultivators whose talent isn't inferior to yours. However, I still think that your temperament and comprehension of martial arts are better than anyone else's. Lin Zhe said with a smile. As long as you work hard enough, there will be a day when you can step onto the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Furthermore, there will be martial masters teaching you martial arts. It's completely different from staying in the Ling family. A martial master expert personally instructing him? This surprised Ling Xiao. He had been in the Ling family for so long, but he had never been instructed in cultivation by anyone. He had always been self-taught. He believed that with the guidance of a martial master expert, it would be much easier to comprehend many things. Although he was a little excited, it wasn't to the point where he lost control of his emotions. However, the surrounding people were extremely envious. One had to know that the Border General Lin Zhe was an expert on the same level as the governor of the White Cloud capital, Wan Ben. Even their authority was similar. However, the difference was that Lin Zhe was a martial general. He had many more experts under him than Wan Ben. In the entire White Cloud province, or even the entire Northern Han, Lin Zhe was a legendary war god among cultivators. To be able to cultivate with such a person, how bright would one's future be? It was equivalent to stepping onto a brand new high platform. It could even be said that he was a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Perhaps he would soar into the sky soon. How could people not be envious? However, envy was just envy. Most cultivators understood that Ling Xiao had the qualifications. There were still many people who hadn't seen the Sky Peak Grand Assembly, so they weren't clear about Ling Xiao's strength. However, today's battle between Ling Xiao and the King of 10,000 People made them see the difference. They didn't even know how Ling Xiao had defeated the King of 10,000 People. Of course, there were also people who were unhappy. It could even be said that they were mad with jealousy. That man was Ling Fifan. Ling Fifan was very unhappy, because Ling Xiao not only took away his title as the number one disciple of the Ling family, but also took away his most beloved woman. Of course, this was only what he thought. In actuality, he had always been inferior to Ling Chen. Ling Yixue had never been nice to him either. Ling Fifan was just pretentious. He always felt that Ling Yixue should belong to him. He just couldn't let Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao be together. He clenched the illusion pill in his hand and jumped onto the stage. General Lin, This man is despicable and shameless. He stole my woman, Ling Fifan said loudly. You're finally willing to jump out? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fifan indifferently and said, That day when the Ling family suffered a great calamity, you were hiding outside. How dare you appear in front of me and Yi Shui? You are really shameless. Humph, I wasn't in Tianfeng City that day, so I didn't know about the situation, Ling Fifan said. Nonsense! Wang Zai stood up and shouted loudly. Ling Fifan, others don't know, but I know that you were in Tianfeng City that day. When you saw the Ling family was surrounded, you ran faster than me. I am ashamed, but you are more shameless. Wang Zai, you have to pay the price for talking nonsense. Ling Fifan stared at Wang Zai and said, Don't scare me. My Wang family is almost destroyed by the ninja clan. My Wang family is the most useless one, so I can't take revenge. However, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue helped me to take revenge. I am timid, but I am not as shameless as you. Wang Zai went all out today and confronted Ling Fifan loudly. Ling Fifan, you said that junior brother took away your love. How ridiculous. When did I, Ling Yixue, admit that I am your woman? You are really conceited, Ling Yixue said at this time. Her words made Ling Fifan's face turn red. You shameless ********. Ling Fifan roared. You are courting death. Ling Yixue was no longer the Ling Yixue of the past. When she was in the Ling family, Ling Fifan was rude to her. Although she was angry, there was nothing she could do. But today, Ling Fifan still dared to do that. He was courting death. A white shadow flashed by. Ling Yixue grabbed Ling Fifan with one hand. Her beautiful hands were covered with a dense cold air. Senior sister, leave it to me, Ling Xiao said lightly. He did not want Ling Yixue to take action because every time Ling Yixue took action, her body would feel uncomfortable. It was naturally because of the soul force that did not belong to Ling Yixue in her mind. Fine. Ling Yixue naturally knew Ling Zhao's consideration. She did not want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, so she directly threw Ling Fifan on the stage and turned around and retreated to the side. Ling Fifan did not say anything. His purpose was to fight with Ling Xiao and then defeat Ling Xiao with the help of the illusion pill. He wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had agreed to take action, it was unnecessary to talk nonsense. Unexpectedly, at this moment, one human king also jumped onto the stage. Ling Xiao, I was injured by Ling Yixue just now. That's why I vomited blood. Don't think that it's because you're powerful. Before you fight with him, fight with me again. Hee, you're really shameless. I forgot that you said that you want to apologize to the martial artists of Tianfeng City. Ling Xiao looked at one human king. Through this person, he could almost know what kind of character Governor Wan Ben was. If the subordinates that he sent were so shameless, then Wan Ben was probably not a good person. Apologize? I wasn't defeated by you. What's there to apologize for? One human king laughed. You mean that your injuries are healed now? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That's right. Then if you lose this time, there won't be any other excuses? Absolutely not. One human king also had a trump card. The reason why he dared to challenge Ling Xiao again was because he wanted to use his trump card. As for his so-called trump card, it was merely a broken martial soul that had been condensed to 20%. Of course, this was indeed very strong, provided that the opponent didn't have a martial spirit. Unfortunately, he really didn't know that Ling Xiao had a martial spirit. And currently, he had 3 martial spirits: Mountain River Martial Spirit, Cherry Tree Martial Spirit, and Dark Cloud Martial Spirit. Alright, since that's the case, the two of you can come at me together. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He felt that he was a little soft previously. This time, he might as well beat the two of them until they couldn't fight back. The two of them together? This Ling Xiao is a little too arrogant. Yeah, Wan Human King and Ling Fifan are both martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. He's only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. How can he win? I don't think so. Ling Xiao doesn't seem like the kind of person who is arrogant. Let's wait and see. He probably has something special. Many people below the stage felt that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant to fight Ling Fifan and Wan Human King alone. However, there were still people who were full of confidence in Ling Xiao. For example, Wang Zhuizui. Chapter 138. General, aren't you going to stop him? Lin Chen asked worriedly. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, I've told you before that there are talents in every generation, and each generation is stronger than the previous. Although Tianfeng City is a small place, it has given me a big surprise. Lin Zhe laughed and said, I'm afraid this Ling Xiao is not as simple as he looks. Learn more from him. Yes, General. Despite what he said, Lin Chen was still a little unconvinced. Because Ling Xiao defeating Wan Renwang was too strange. He always thought that Ling Xiao was the one who injured Wan Renwang, and Ling Xiao was the one who took advantage of it. However, if Ling Xiao could really defeat Wan Renwang and Ling Fifan, he would be impressed. In the arena, Wan Renwang and Ling Fifan stood on one side. Ling Xiao stood on the other side. Although Wan Renwang was arrogant, he did not object to teaming up with Ling Fifan. He knew that he might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao easily. With Ling Fifan's help, it would be easier to win. As for Ling Fifan, he did not care how many people he teamed up with. His goal today was to kill Ling Xiao. Only when Ling Xiao was dead could the jealousy and hatred in his heart be dispelled. Moreover, the ninjas had said that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, he could have as many fantasy pills as he wanted. How could he object to such a good thing? Ling Xiao, although I don't want to team up with others since this is your request, I won't stand on ceremony. As soon as the king of 10,000 men finished speaking, his aura gushed out. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. In that instant, a huge shadow appeared behind him. That's a broken martial soul? Yes, it looks like a strange martial soul. Why does it look like a ship? Yes, it looks like a broken ship. It's a ghost ship. That's right, Wan Renwang's broken martial soul was a ghost ship. In fact, the entire Wan family's martial spirit was the ghost ship. However, until now, only the patriarch Wan Ben had the complete ghost ship martial spirit. The rest of them were just remnant souls. Although the remnant soul was also a stage of the martial spirit, it really couldn't be compared to the perfect soul. It was only slightly stronger than ordinary martial artists. Compared to martial artists who possessed martial will, it didn't have much of an advantage. No wonder that attack didn't injure you severely. It turns out that you have a broken martial spirit. Ling Xiao now understood that even if it was a broken martial spirit, it could still greatly increase the strength of the soul. No wonder the barbaric bull's strength had only injured the king of 10,000 people, and it was only a light injury. Originally, the audience was a little worried that Ling Xiao would fight 1 against 2. The king of 10,000 people's display of the ghost ship's remnant soul made them even more worried. After all, the king of 10,000 people was a genius of White Cloud Prefecture. King of 10,000 men's ghost ship's remnant soul has reached 20%. Looks like I'll have to work harder. Lin Chen also had a broken martial spirit. Although there weren't many people in the human sacred dynasty who had a broken martial spirit, in a big place like the White Cloud capital, there would definitely be some. However, a broken martial spirit was still a broken martial spirit. Some people could cultivate a broken martial spirit to 99%, but they couldn't cultivate it to the perfect soul. Without reaching the perfect soul, a broken martial spirit couldn't be officially called a martial spirit. This was a very cruel thing. But it was also normal. After all, there were only a few people in the human race who had a martial spirit. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. If they could all cultivate it to the perfect soul, then the human race wouldn't be so passive as they were now. On the field, the king of 10,000 people had already launched his attack. Ghost Ship Crossing. This was a martial arts move that matched the ghost ship's remnant soul. And it was a top-notch martial arts move. The king of 10,000 people roared and pushed his hands forward. Suddenly, the ghost ship's shadow behind him soared through the air, as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves, rushing towards Ling Xiao. As the ghost ship flew, one could faintly hear a ghostly voice, which made one's hair stand on end. This move didn't need to get close to Ling Xiao. It could attack from about 10 meters away. The power was no different from getting close. Meteor Fist! Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of using his martial spirit. Facing the king of 10,000 people, he didn't see the need to use his martial spirit. However, when he used the Meteor Fist, his body underwent some changes. A huge ice demon shell enveloped his body. And that Meteor Fist also became incomparably huge. The originally fiery red meteor turned into a silver-white icy planet. Bang! The fist landed on the ghost ship. Suddenly, a strong wind shot out. The martial artists near the ring were caught off guard. A few of them were injured by the strong wind and had no choice but to retreat hastily. Whoosh! The ghost ship shattered. Ling Xiao stood proudly. However, the king of 10,000 people actually took a step back, his face pale. Although he didn't get close to Ling Xiao, the ghost ship was his broken martial spirit. When the ghost ship was destroyed in that instant, he was naturally injured too. This scene caused Lin Qing to be extremely shocked. It caused everyone below the stage to cry out in shock. That punch just now was only a high-level martial art, right? But its power is probably not inferior to a top-notch martial art. Nonsense. To be able to shatter a broken martial spirit, its power is definitely not weaker than a top-notch martial art. How is this possible? He's only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Even if he's challenging someone of a higher level, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. I suspect that he's hiding his strength. Definitely. There were people below the stage who understood. Although Ling Xiao looked like he was at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, in reality, to easily defeat the king of 10,000 people's ghost ship, he really needed to use the early 6th level of the martial vein. Since he had been seen through, he might as well not hide anymore. In any case, his true cultivation was at the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. His combat strength was already comparable to a half-step martial master. Even if he exposed his true cultivation, it wouldn't be a big deal. Bang! An aura exploded. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly rose, instantly rising from the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein to the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. He really hid his strength. But how did he hide it? It was so secretive that I couldn't see it at all. Humph, he's the #1 genius of Tianfeng City. How can you compare to him? Let's watch the next battle. This is going to be interesting. This is impossible. Seeing his ghost ship being shattered, the king of 10,000 people was furious and in disbelief. With a roar, his aura condensed again, and the phantom of the ghost ship appeared again. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The martial spirit could continue to condense until the martial artist's aura and soul force were exhausted. Of course, every time it condensed again, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Amidst the roar, the king of 10,000 people's aura continued to soar. Finally, he displayed all of his strength. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat him. Absolutely not. Ghost ship crossing. It was the ghost ship crossing again, but its power had more than doubled. The phantom of the ghost ship had also become more realistic. One could even see strange ghosts moving on the ghost ship. It could be said that once this move was executed, no cultivator below the half-step martial master level would be able to block it. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. Ghost Shadow Sword Technique Perfection. Chapter 139. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 figures finally merged into one and stabbed the ghost ship. An ear-piercing sound rang out in the arena. Then, people were surprised to find that the ghost ship was pierced through by the sword and collapsed in midair. Novels la. Wan Rawang let out a blood-curdling scream. He finally spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face became even paler. Be careful! A reminder suddenly came from below the stage. It turned out that Ling Fifan had been waiting for an opportunity to launch his own attack. He did not hold back at all in his attack. He immediately used the flying snow spear, which was the profound meaning of the transcendent martial arts that he had comprehended from the stone tablet. Die, Ling Xiao! In midair, Ling Fifan swallowed the illusion pellet, and his aura soared. The spear's shadow also suddenly increased by several meters. General, that Ling Fifan seems to have taken the fantasy pill. Should we stop him? It's very dangerous. Lin Chen looked at Lin Zhe and asked. There's no need to rush. Let's wait and see. If Ling Xiao is in danger, you can make a move. Lin Zhe shook his head. He didn't want to ruin this battle. Quick! Ling Xiao didn't even look at Ling Fifan. He just pointed his finger behind him, and a sword shadow broke through the air. Just how terrifying was that sword strike? The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Puchi! Ling Fifan's shoulder was penetrated by the flying sword. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't seem to be in any pain. He didn't even frown. Ling Xiao, this person has consumed a special illusion pill. He no longer feels pain. If you want to stop him, you have to cripple him, Lin Chen said loudly. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Originally, he wanted to injure Ling Fifan for the sake of the Ling family, but now it seemed that he could only cripple Ling Fifan's martial arts. In any case, those who had taken the illusion pill would have their martial arts crippled sooner or later. They would have to start all over again. Thinking of this, the flying sword made a turn, and left 4 bloody holes on Ling Fifan's body in an instant. Although Ling Fifan did not feel pain, his whole body was unable to move. He was lying there like a dead dog. Ghost ship explosion! While Ling Xiao was dealing with Ling Fifan, Myriad Human King had already recovered. His aura suddenly changed. His entire body was filled with the aura of terror and death. The phantom of the ghost ship condensed again, and this time, it was different from the previous move. General, the king of 10,000 men is going all out. It's better to stop him. Regardless of whether he dies or Ling Xiao dies, it's not good. Lin Chen was a little anxious. Ling Xiao, restrain him. I know you can do it, Lin Zhe said. Although this was a little difficult, Lin Zhe had no other choice. Myriad Human King was Wan Ben's nephew. If he died, then the matter would be troublesome. He could not let anything happen to Ling Xiao. As a last resort, he would make a move. Don't worry, General. I know what to do. Ling Xiao did not plan to kill King of 10,000 men. What he wanted was the ghost ship's remnant soul. He felt that this ghost ship was quite interesting. He could borrow it, and use it first. It could be considered a pretty good martial art. Shadow King Kill! Ling Xiao suddenly moved. This move, Shadow King Kill, was actually a new move that he comprehended after cultivating the multiple shadow sword technique to perfection. The 3 shadow clones merged with the original body. Not only was it faster and stronger, but it was also more hidden. The explosive power was simply terrifying. This could be considered the ultimate move of the multiple shadow sword technique. It was a shadow that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. If it was night, then nothing could be seen. There was no sound, no trajectory. It was just a flash. The shadow flashed, and the sword was already there. What? There's actually such a move in the multiple shadow sword technique? Lin Zhe also stood up in shock. Actually, the general's residence also had this sword technique, but it did not have this move. Could it be that he comprehended it himself? This is a move that only martial arts masters have. Lin Chen was also dumbfounded. He knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate the multiple shadow sword technique. All along, because this multiple shadow sword technique could be used to attack clones, it had always been a sword move that the disciples of the border guarding general's residence and Sky Enduring Academy liked very much. According to past records, this multiple shadow sword technique was not only powerful, but the trajectory of the moves could also be split and combined. It could be 1-on-1, or 1 against many. It was very flexible and easy to use. It could be said that it was almost invincible among the top martial arts. It was precisely because of so many benefits that there were naturally countless cultivators. However, it was a pity that although there were many geniuses in Bayern province, no one had ever succeeded in cultivating it. Some people went berserk while cultivating, some directly exploded and died. Some people were luckier and cultivated a clone, but could not fight. In the end, they could only choose to give up. Therefore, the multiple shadow sword technique went from a popular martial art to a martial art of little value that was shelved on the shelf. But who would have thought? In this small Tianfeng city, there was actually someone who cultivated it to perfection. Not only that, he even comprehended a sure kill move from perfection. This sure kill move was often only possible for martial arts masters to comprehend. This kid was really heaven-defying. While Lin Qin was in shock, Ling Zhao's attack already arrived in front of King of 10,000 People. A sword pierced into King of 10,000 People's body. King of 10,000 People's huge ghost ship Phantom had yet to explode, and it already turned into nothingness. No one noticed that when Ling Zhao's sword pierced into King of 10,000 People's body, it also devoured King of 10,000 People's ghost ship remnant soul. Today, I'll spare your dog life. I hope you know how precious it is. Ling Xiao pulled out his sword and returned it to its sheath. There was actually not a trace of blood on it. Perhaps the sword was too fast, the blood did not even have time to stick to it. No! How could I lose? Where's my martial soul? What did you do to my martial soul? King of 10,000 People wanted to speak, but his throat could not make a sound at all. Ling Zhao's sword directly pierced through his body. His tongue was stuck with fresh blood. Although it was not to the extent of death, he could only be a mute for a while. Send young Master Wan for treatment. Lin Zhe stood up excitedly and laughed loudly. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be more outstanding than I thought. You were able to comprehend a sure kill move from the multiple shadows sword technique. This is more outstanding than many martial masters. Although after seeing Ling Zhao's attack, he was certain that Ling Xiao should be able to defeat the joint attack of King of 10,000 People and Ling Fifan. But to be honest, the battle was so easy that he did not expect it. He even felt that Ling Xiao should have some strength left that he had not used. As for how much strength he had left, he did not know. Ling Fifan knelt there. The viciousness in his eyes was gone, leaving only a dull look. Ling Xiao sighed and said to the Ling family martial artists who came with him, "Bring him back for treatment. He has taken the illusion elixir and must quit. Otherwise, his life will be over." "Yes, Grand Elder." The two of them were martial artists in the 5th level of the martial vein. They were very respectful in front of Ling Xiao. After cupping their fists, they left with Ling Fifan. "Grand Elder?" Lin Zhe asked curiously. "General, you must be joking. The Ling family suffered a catastrophe. Thanks to the young martial artists of Tianfeng City, we decided to abandon the family barrier and establish the Divine Sword sect. I was forced to be the Grand Elder," Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. "Ha ha ha ha, you're so young and you're already a Grand Elder. It seems that I didn't misjudge you. Your calm old face should have been recognized by all the martial artists of the Ling family." Lin Zhe laughed loudly. Chapter 140. Although the Dragon Gate selection only recruited 2 disciples in the end. However, Lin Zhe was very satisfied. Ling Yixue was only 16 years old and was already a martial master in the early 7th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying. He was only in the middle 6th level of the martial vein, but he could easily defeat 2 peak 6th level martial artists. More importantly, Ling Zhao's ability to comprehend martial arts surpassed many martial masters. He had integrated soul attacks into martial arts and created the spirit realm, above the transformative realm. He had even comprehended the killing move of the multiple shadows sword art. He didn't look like a 14-year-old child at all. He was simply a martial arts monster. Lindsay was very glad that such a child hadn't been snatched away by the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Instead, he had recruited him to the Border General's residence. Regardless of whether it was for the child's future development, for Northern Han, or for the human race's sacred dynasty, it was extremely beneficial. After the Dragon Gate selection, Lindsay's matter with the Dragon Gate also came to an end. The matter of the Dragon Gate destroying the illusion pills was still brewing. He believed that the ninjas wouldn't let this matter rest. However, Lindsay wouldn't let this matter rest either. The Dragon Gate was just the beginning. The destruction of the illusion pills had already become a huge problem for the sacred dynasty. The illusion pills caused a large amount of spirit stones to flow out of the sacred dynasty, causing the already declining human martial artists to find it even more difficult to cultivate. Sometimes, if one wanted to obtain low-grade spirit stones, one had to be a high-ranking official or nobleman. One might even have to rely on the foreign races. The illusion pills had also corroded the ruling body of the sacred dynasty. Many nobles, bureaucrats, and martial masters became even more greedy after using the illusion pills, aggravating the parasitic and rotten nature of the ruling body. They accepted bribes, covered up the smuggling of the illusion pills, and used various methods such as increasing rent and taxes to transfer the cost of the illusion pills to ordinary martial artists. This made it even more difficult for ordinary martial artists to maintain their high cultivation costs. It could be said that the biggest reason why many martial artists couldn't advance to the martial master realm was because of the illusion pills. In addition, the illusion pills severely weakened the combat strength of military martial artists. Some of the generals and soldiers of the sacred dynasty had also taken the illusion pills. For example, in the Tianfeng City Navy, not only did the officers and soldiers use the illusion pill, they also accepted large amounts of bribes. The Navy's patrol ships had actually made an agreement with the ninjas' Dreamy Elixir ship that every box of Dreamy Elixir will be paid with spirit stones or gold. A large number of anti-smuggling ships had even become Dreamy Elixir smuggling ships. It could be said that the fantasy elixir had destroyed the bodies of countless human warriors. Now, almost every town in the sacred dynasty would see places selling fantasy elixirs. This caused many martial artists to mistakenly consume it, or be unable to resist the temptation, and eventually become the ninja's puppets. Or he would become a cripple who lost all his martial arts. Such martial artists could be said to number in the thousands. It was precisely because Lindsay saw this problem that he proposed the decision to ban the import of fantasy pills. Although the sage emperor of the human race was young, he still had some backbone, and supported Lindsay's decision. However, this matter was still fraught with difficulties. Tianfeng City's problem was solved. However, under the protection of the ninjas, Governor Wan Ben, and the local bureaucrats and sects, there were still many fantasy pill shops in the entire White Cloud province. Some of the bosses of the fantasy pill shops were directly from the ninjas, the blue-eyed race, and other races. Completely eliminating these people was not something that could be done in a short period of time. The convoy returning to White Cloud capital drove along the winding mountain path. Lindsay told Ling Xiao about this matter. Nurturing a martial artist was not only about nurturing their strength, but also about nurturing their correct mindset. If a peerless expert was nurtured who committed all sorts of evil, then the nurturing would probably be a failure. That was probably what Lindsay was thinking, so he felt that it was necessary for him to tell Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue about this matter. He wanted them to judge the situation of the fantasy elixir. He would not force the two of them to do anything because that would only have the opposite effect. However, he would guide them with good intentions. All right, the two of you don't have to think too much. With your current strength, you won't be able to help me in destroying the fantasy elixir. Therefore, the key is to increase your strength. Lindsay laughed when he saw the serious expressions on their faces. This was also to ease the atmosphere. General Lin, you are already a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. Can't you do things according to your own ideas? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Sigh. Lindsay sighed and said, not to mention a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level martial vein, even if you step into the transcendent realm, how can you do whatever you want? The higher you go, the more you will know that there is always someone better than you. Transcendent realm? What exactly is this transcendent realm? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. He had seen martial artists at the peak of the 9th level martial vein, but he had yet to see a transcendent realm martial artist. Therefore, he was naturally very curious. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "The transcendent realm is the realm of transcendence. To be more precise, it means that you have left your mortal body and stepped into a completely different realm. Your body will undergo some very special changes and your lifespan will be greatly extended. It's a pity that I've only heard of it. Only when you truly reach the transcendent realm will you understand how powerful a martial artist of that realm is. I also yearn for it, but Ling Xiao, in this general's opinion, your chances of entering the transcendent realm are probably greater than mine." Ling Xiao was a little surprised when he heard this and couldn't help but ask, "General, why do you say that?" "Intuition." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Of course it's not just intuition. It can be seen from your perception. Generally speaking, martial artists who can enter the transcendent realm are martial artists who can comprehend profound moves from the transcendent martial arts at the martial master stage. And if I'm not wrong, you've probably already comprehended the profound moves of the transcendent martial arts, right?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. "I won't hide it from General Lin. I've only comprehended 5 incomplete profound moves of the transcendent martial arts. I'm still far from the complete transcendent martial arts." As he spoke, Ling Xiao couldn't help but recall the scene when he first comprehended the moves. Transcendent martial arts should be able to draw upon the power of nature. As for the transcendent realm, could it be that the body could borrow the power of nature? If that was the case, it was no wonder that Lin Zhe said that a human's physique and lifespan would undergo a huge change. The transcendent realm is incomparable. Those who can reach that realm are all martial grandmasters of their own sections. In the human sacred dynasty, there were too few transcendent martial artists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been bullied to such a state today. Lin Zhe sighed and said, "If the human sacred dynasty is like this, then there's no need to mention the vassal state of Northern Han. As for the Baiyun province, this general has yet to see a single transcendent martial artist." As he spoke, Lin Zhe was clearly filled with melancholy and helplessness. How could he not want to advance to the transcendent realm? Unfortunately, it wasn't something that everyone could achieve. The reason why he took in young martial artists in the border guarding general's estate was because he wanted to nurture a few talents for the Baiyun province, Northern Han, and even the human race. Chapter 141. What do I need to reach the transcendent realm? Ling Xiao asked. Comprehension, body, and true yuan. You just need one of the 3. Lin Zhe replied. Of course, with all 3, the possibility of reaching the transcendent realm is the highest. Your comprehension is definitely fine. In the future, you will have to focus on strengthening your body or true yuan. If you really have the energy to spare, it's best to raise both at the same time. The stronger, the better. I understand. From Lin Zhe's words, Ling Xiao understood a layer of meaning. Below the transcendent realm, it was actually a kind of tempering for the martial artist's body. The so-called comprehension was actually the effect of having a strong soul. In other words, soul power. Soul, body, and true yuan. These could be said to be the 3 paths of cultivation that a martial artist had to follow. Breaking through the limit of any one of these paths could allow one to reach the transcendent realm. From the 1st level to the 9th level of the martial vein, it was actually a kind of strengthening and tempering of the soul, body, and true yuan. Techniques were not that important. At this stage, techniques were used to protect oneself and allow one to reach the transcendent realm smoothly. General, there's a situation. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice came from outside the carriage. Speak. A giant beast is blocking our way. What level is it? It's a peak level 8 giant beast, but it seems to have a primordial bloodline. I'm afraid its combat strength is not lower than a beginner level 9 beast. Although Lin Chen's strength had not reached the martial master realm, his broken martial soul was very special. It could analyze the opponent's basic information. This ability was very similar to the first ability of Ling Xiao's Mountain River Martial Soul, but it was obviously a weaker version. However, among the many broken martial souls, this was already very good. Why was Lin Chen not a martial master, but he could follow Lin Zhe? It was not because his surname was Lin, but because of his broken martial soul. Do you two want to see it? Lin Zhe suddenly smiled and looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue in the carriage. Of course. Ling Xiao was a little excited. When he was cultivating in the Dragon Submission Mountain range, he encountered the peak level 8 Herculean ape. In the end, he was chased by it and ran away like a rat. However, he was saved by a blue-clothed woman who killed a peak level 8 demonic beast with a single finger. And when the Ling family was surrounded, the corpse of the peak class 8 demonic beast also played a key role. Currently, the corpse of the Herculean ape was still preserved by Ling Xiao in the Mountain River world. In that world, it seemed that nothing would rot. This could also be considered one of Ling Xiao's killing moves. With this killing move, even if he encountered a martial master at the 7th level of the martial vein realm, he would still have the power to fight. It was a pity that this thing consumed too much soul force. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't dare to use it. Ling Yixue also jumped out of the carriage with Ling Xiao and looked at the giant beast blocking the road. It was a giant bull. Its 2 horns almost reached into the clouds, and it was more than 10 meters tall. Its huge body was terrifying to look at. When its 2 nostrils blew, it was as loud as thunder. Listening to it, there was a strange buzzing sound in people's ears. It was very uncomfortable. There is a mark on its forehead. It should be a demonic beast with a master. Humph, a rat hiding its head and showing its tail. Do you want to use this beast to probe my strength? Lin Zhe stood there and watched for a moment. He couldn't help but sneer and then waved his hand. A long saber appeared in his hand. This saber was more than 10 feet long. On the long hilt, there was a fierce tiger coiled around it. The blade was very sharp. At a glance, one could tell that this wasn't an ordinary weapon. At the very least, it was much more powerful than Ling Xiao's ice glass sword and breeze sword. That's the Flying Tiger Crescent Blade, a divine artifact, Lin Chen proudly said to Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. Divine artifact! Ling Xiao was indeed shocked. The ice glass sword in his hand was only a mortal artifact, but it already made him very satisfied. Sure enough, the weapons in the hands of a peak 9th level martial vein realm martial artist were extraordinary. Evil beasts, take this! Lin Zhe's speed wasn't very fast. Well, at least that was how it seemed to the crowd. But the strange thing was that his saber seemed ordinary and slow, but the giant bull couldn't dodge it. The giant bull wanted to dodge, but no matter how it tried to escape, the saber seemed to be able to lock onto it. Gotcha! There was a loud sound. The giant bull's head was cut off as easily as cutting tofu. Terrifying! That's a peak 8th level demonic beast, the same level as the Herculean ape, but it was killed just like that. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the blue-clothed woman he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Well, that woman's strength should be stronger than General Lin Zhe. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao really felt a little scared. Lin Zhe was already at the peak 9th level martial vein realm. Could it be that the blue-clothed woman's strength had already reached the transcendent realm? Ha! Great! Son, this giant bull is very nutritious. Let's set up camp in front tonight, and then roast the giant bull. Lin Zhe put away his saber and laughed heartily. Ling Xiao didn't laugh at this time, nor did he respond. Because his mind was now completely focused on cultivation. Peak 9th level martial vein. Transcendent realm. And now, he couldn't even be considered a martial master. This made Ling Xiao feel a sense of urgency. A strong sense of urgency. When the night was dark, Ling Xiao also got some giant beef to eat. This giant bull had an ancient bloodline in its body. Although it was very faint, it was still very nutritious for a martial artist. Ling Xiao took advantage of the night to cultivate. In just one night, He had absorbed most of the giant beef and his cultivation had advanced from the middle of the 6th level Martial vein to the late 6th level Martial vein. However, he had now changed the template to the early 6th level Martial vein. This was not too low or too high, so as to avoid being targeted. In addition, he had used this power to perfect the ghost ship's remnant soul he had obtained from the king of 10,000 people to 30%. A 30% incomplete martial soul was extremely rare among the human clan's warriors. It's time to upgrade the 9 transformation golden body technique. Ling Xiao had more than enough gold in the Mountain River world, so he planned to start upgrading the 9 transformation golden body technique in the next period of time. This was because this defensive martial art had a terrifying strengthening effect on the body. Lindsay said that if he wanted to break through to the transcendent realm, it was best to combine the soul, body, and true essence to reach a certain height. He also planned to do the same. Although he could make a breakthrough in one aspect, it would definitely not be as good as making a breakthrough in all 3 aspects. According to his estimation, once he reached the transcendent realm, he would be able to cultivate whichever series of martial arts he made a breakthrough in. For example, there were transcendent martial arts that specialized in the soul, transcendent martial arts that specialized in the body, and transcendent martial arts that specialized in the true essence. If they couldn't advance together, then the loss would be great. Many transcendent martial arts might not be able to be cultivated. Lin Chen, did you see that? The reason why a genius is not only because his talent is high enough, but also because he knows how to endure hardships. Lin Zhe sat in the distance, and was very satisfied when he saw Ling Xiao cultivating so hard. General, when we return to Baiyun Prefecture this time, can you let me start cultivating in seclusion? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Ha ha ha, of course, there is competition, there is improvement. Chapter 142. In front is the White Cloud Capital, Sky Cloud City. Novel La. The journey on the horse carriage was indeed rather slow. 2 days later, Lindsay pointed to a black dot the size of a fly several miles away and said. Ling Xiao looked towards that direction, and it was really a wide expanse of flat land without any cover. Only in front of that black dot, there seemed to be 2 huge mountains blocking the way, forming a narrow passageway. This was a good place which was easy to defend but hard to attack. In other people's eyes, all these were just blurry black dots. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, the situation was totally different. Under the state of soul engraving, the scenery from afar seemed to be magnified instantly. Those 2 lofty mountains became even clearer. On top of the 2 mountains, there were some defensive facilities, and near the mountain pass, there were also some troops stationed there. Looking through this narrow passageway, after about a kilometer or so, a majestic city came into view. This Sky Cloud City was built according to the mountains and looked as though it was floating in the air, hence it was called Sky Cloud City. The structure of the city was totally different from Heaven Peak City, and it was 7 to 8 times bigger than Heaven Peak City, as though it was an ancient giant beast lying in the middle of the mountains. Whereas that passageway was more like the mouth of this giant beast, as though it wanted to swallow the people who came in. What a majestic city! Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. You can actually see the exact situation of the city? Lin Zhe was shocked when he heard that. Because even if he was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, when he looked at Sky Cloud City from this position, it was merely a blurry shadow. The rest were even worse off, only seeing a black dot the size of a fly. Ling Xiao didn't explain further, and only nodded his head. Lin Chen, who was standing by the side, wasn't convinced. I don't believe that you can really see the exact situation from so far away, then tell us more. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and told them about the general situation of Sky Cloud City, making the surrounding soldiers on horseback dumbstruck. You've been to Sky Cloud City before, right? Lin Chen still asked in disbelief. Ling Xiao didn't explain but continued. Standing at the outermost part of the passageway is a man with a scar in between his brows wielding a knife. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, don't be unconvinced. He can even tell who is on duty today. This is talent. You can't compare to him. Even I have to admit defeat. Lindsay laughed heartily. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He thought that since they were about to arrive, he would see if Scar 6 was on duty later to find out if Ling Xiao was bragging. If he could even guess this correctly, then he would really be full of admiration for Ling Xiao. Because the guards stationed outside the city were rotated irregularly, so even if it was someone who stayed in Sky Cloud City for a long time, they would not be able to guess it. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This was because Scar 6 had already walked up to them and saluted. Originally, there were also some soldiers who were suspicious of Ling Xiao like Lin Chen, but now they all looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Scar 6, why are you on duty today? Lin Chen asked in a bad mood. Sigh. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Scar 6 was puzzled. Until one of the soldiers told him that Ling Xiao saw the scar in between his brows from miles away. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. The carriages passed through the passageway and didn't meet with any obstructions. After all, with Lin Zai's status, who would dare to obstruct him? As they walked along a long ramp into Sky Cloud City, Ling Xiao realized that this city was filled with top exponents. There were almost no ordinary people in Sky Cloud City. In this city, everyone would be checked to see which cultivation method was suitable for them the moment they were born. Then they would start to lay their foundations when they were 2 to 3 years old. By the time they were 7 to 8 years old, the worst was already at the first level of the martial vein. It could be said that in Sky Cloud City, even the beggars on the streets were all practitioners. This was the disparity. One must know that in Sky Peak City, ordinary people accounted for more than 80% of the population. White Cloud Capital was indeed White Cloud Capital. The capital of White Cloud Province was indeed different from the rest. Sky Cloud City's citizens seemed to have a good impression of Lin Zai. Along the way, wherever the carriages passed by, there would be people bowing towards the carriages, their faces brimming with smiles. It was as though their long-awaited loved ones had finally returned from the outside. Sky Cloud City's architectural style wasn't much different from Sky Peak City's, except that most of them were more majestic. The streets were paved with bluestones. Not only were they spacious, they were also flat. Even if 6 to 7 carriages were to pass through, there wouldn't be any problem. Ling Xiao even saw people riding on demonic beasts passing through the streets. The citizens didn't show any signs of panic. He curiously asked Lin Zai. The answer he got was, there were many people in Sky Cloud City who could tame demonic beasts. They could be used as battle strength, or as mounts. Actually, Lin Zai also had demonic beasts as mounts, and they could fly. But in order to take care of most people, he didn't use them. That's the border guarding general's residence. Suddenly, Lin Chen shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao raised his head and took a look. This general's residence wasn't as luxurious as he had imagined. It couldn't even be compared to the Ling family's mansion. As compared to the residences of many officials and nobles in Sky Cloud City, it was indeed a little shabby. General empathizes with the citizens, so the general's residence is built very simply. Lin Chen explained. But we're not going there. We're going to the army camp. General, shall I bring Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue to the army camp? He looked towards Lin Zai and asked. Lin Zai stood in front of the general's residence and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking. Ling Xiao, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to cultivate by my side and no one will fight with you for cultivation resources. You might even be able to receive my personal guidance. The other is to enter the army camp and receive the same training as other geniuses. It's extremely tough and you can only rely on yourself to fight for cultivation resources. I will not interfere. The latter. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before answering. Oh? Why is that so? Lin Zai was surprised and pleasantly surprised. It's very difficult for flowers in a greenhouse to grow. Ling Xiao said faintly. When I was in the Ling family, I realized that including Ling Fifan, Ling Qin and Ling Yun, they were all spoiled and lost the motivation to compete. So once they encounter a small failure, they would break down. He wasn't a masochist, but he understood that it was best for him not to live under Lin Zhe's protection. Otherwise, he would forever be a fledgling. Good. I, Lin Zhe, have not misjudged you. Lin Zhe smiled. Lin Chen, bring the two of them to report to the border army. You don't have to take special care of them. Come back after arranging for them to enter the latent dragon camp. Yes, sir. General, then we'll take our leave. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue bowed and left with Lin Chen. Before they left, Ling Xiao casually glanced at the two guards outside the border general's residence. They're both at the initial stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. Martial artists with such cultivation were only the guards of the border general's residence. Martial artists with such cultivation would definitely be the VIP of any clan in Tianfeng City. They could even be given the position of elder in some mid-tier clans. However, they were only guards here. Chapter 143. The latent dragon camp was where the geniuses in the military gathered. When Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue followed Lin Chen into the latent dragon camp, they realized this. The people here were all young. The oldest one they met was less than 30 years old. The weakest martial artist in the latent dragon camp was at the early stage of the 5th martial vein. It did not sound very powerful. However, it was clear after a comparison. The Ling family was one of the 4 major families in Tianfeng City. As long as one's cultivation reached the 5th martial vein, he would be ranked in the top 10, or even the top 5. Here, the early stage of the 5th martial vein was considered an ordinary disciple. Unless one was extremely talented, one could not enter the latent dragon camp without reaching the 5th martial vein. Ling Xiao did not know who was the strongest martial artist. However, he saw 4 or 5 martial vein masters above the 7th martial vein level in just a short while after entering the latent dragon camp. These people should be the instructors of the latent dragon camp. Although they were older, they were not more than 30 years old. Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, there's a rule in the latent dragon camp. The better your results, the better food you can eat, stay in a better place, and learn under a better master. Lin Chen introduced as he walked. For the martial artists who just entered, the instructors are usually at the early stage of the 7th martial vein level. If your performance is good enough, it'll be easy for you to get guidance from a martial vein level 8, or even a martial vein level 9. Understood. Ling Xiao felt that this wasn't a problem. No matter where, no organization could be impartial. Geniuses needed special care. It was normal for mediocre people to be abandoned. The more capable you were, the more resources you would get. This was fair. Fairness was not equal. If everyone had the same resources, that would be truly unfair. The barracks of the latent dragon camp are in front. I believe you can see the difference? Lin Chen pointed at the barracks in front of them and smiled. Ling Xiao nodded. Even a fool could see that the barracks were divided into 3 categories. One of them was a shared dormitory. It was a tile-roofed house where all the warriors who had just arrived and the lowest level of the latent dragon camp lived. On the other side was a building made of brick and stone. The building was very beautiful, and it was a single room. Everyone had their own room. Although it was not big, it had its own independent space, and there was even a servant. Looking further up, there were actually 3 separate courtyards with 3 entrances and 3 exits. There was a courtyard, a room, a kitchen, a training room, and other facilities. There were also 3 maids and 3 servants. I won't explain it further. The latent dragon camp is not a place for idlers. It's a place for cultivating talents. The 3 independent courtyards and the 7 stone houses are the rewards for outstanding warriors. Lin Chen smiled. I heard that General Lin Zhe has 12 young generals under his command. The youngest is only 16 years old, and the oldest is less than 30 years old. Are they also from the latent dragon camp? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. These 12 young generals are all from the latent dragon camp. Some of them are good at leading troops in battle, some of them are good at martial arts that can kill a person in 10 steps, and some of them can appear and disappear unpredictably and take the enemy's head in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. Lin Shan nodded and said, outside, they're also known as the 12 Tiger Guards. The 12 Tiger Guards should all be martial masters, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. They're all top geniuses from the latent dragon camp. They're also our role models. I hope that you and I can become Tiger Guard generals one day. When Lin Shan said this, he was very excited. It seemed that in his heart, he really admired the Tiger Guard general. Ling Xiao smiled but did not answer. To him, the Tiger Guard general was just a goal for a certain stage. In fact, since he knew that there was a transcendent realm in this world, he had been working hard toward that goal. As for what was after the transcendent realm, he did not know, and there was no need to think about it. It would not be too late to think about it after he reached the transcendent realm. For now, it was better to stay in the latent dragon camp and improve his strength. Here, even the most ordinary martial artist could receive more resources and pointers than the best martial artists in the Ling family. Therefore, the possibility of advancing had increased a lot, which made him more determined to stay. Lin Shan, did you bring back new people this time? On the way, many people recognized Lin Shan and greeted him. Yes, 2 geniuses personally selected by the general. Lin Shan smiled. Every time Lin Shan said this sentence, the young warriors who were hurrying on their way would stop and look at Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue with unfriendly gazes. Brother Lin, those words of yours have made us a lot of enemies. Ling Xiao smiled. It's okay. This kind of thing can't be hidden from the latent dragon camp. They'll find out sooner or later. Actually, it's not really making enemies. They just heard that the 2 of you were personally selected by General Lin Zhe, so they definitely want to know why you're here. Just show them a little. Lin Shan said nonchalantly. In the latent dragon camp, it's impossible to keep a low profile unless you're willing to accept the worst food, the worst accommodation, the worst instructors, and the worst resources. That's true. Ling Xiao thought that since it was his first time here, he wanted to keep a low profile. However, after hearing Lin Shan's words, it seemed that it was impossible to keep a low profile. If he chose to keep a low profile, it meant that he would always be at a disadvantage when competing with others. He was not stupid. If he insisted on torturing himself, he would be an idiot. It's good that you understand. Lin Shan continued. One more thing I have to warn you. Although the latent dragon camp is General Lin Zhe's territory, there are many people from the Sky Ninja Academy and Governor Wan Ben in there. If they know about what happened in Tianfeng City, they'll definitely target you. You must be careful. I know. Aren't you surprised? Lin Shan was surprised. There's nothing to be surprised about. With the ninja's abilities, it's not difficult to sneak into the latent dragon camp. With the help of Governor Wan Ben, it's even easier. Ling Zhao's face suddenly turned cold as he said this. He continued, It's fine if they're obedient. However, since they dared to provoke me, I'll help General Lin get rid of these scourges. If someone who possessed the Mountain River martial spirit did not have this much confidence, then he was not worthy of the Mountain River martial spirit. He did not dare to say anything about warriors above the martial master level. However, he was not afraid of warriors below the martial master level. What monstrous genius! In front of him, all of them were mere mortals. Although he looked calm and experienced, the passion and ambition in his heart were no less than anyone else's. He would never forget the humiliation he suffered when he was a beggar. He would never forget the scene of his beggar relatives being killed. He would also never forget the Ling family being surrounded and almost in a desperate situation. Everything was related to strength. If he was strong enough, he would not be bullied. If he was strong enough, he would be able to protect his family. If he was strong enough, who would dare to attack his family in front of him? Strength was everything. Everything else was meaningless. Ha ha, domineering. I like people like you. Chapter 144. Greetings, General Jiu Yu. Lin Shan immediately cupped his hands and bowed. La. Lin Qin, you don't have to be so courteous with me. These two must be the geniuses that Marshal Lin picked from Tianfeng City. All right, leave them to me. Go do your work. I know that you're a busy man, General Jiuyu said with a smile. All right. But General Jiuyu, Marshal Lin said that there's no need to take special care of them. Do you understand? Lin Qin said after some thought. Marshal Lin is still so heartless. General Jiuyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lin Qin smiled and cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue before leaving. I'm one of the 12 Tiger Guard generals. We're divided according to the months, so I'm Jiuyu. You can call me Jiuyu. There's no need to call me General. Jiuyu was a straightforward person. Ling Xiao liked to make friends with people like him. I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue. Both of them introduced themselves. All right, follow me. I'll bring you to get some daily necessities and then we'll go to your accommodation. I'll also tell you the rules of the latent dragon camp. Jiuyu did not waste any time. He led Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue to the warehouse. Along the way, he told them the basic rules of the latent dragon camp. The rules were simple. First, they had to apply for permission to leave the camp at least 7 days in advance. They could only leave after getting permission. Second, there was no equality here. There was only fairness. Everything had to be fought for by oneself. No one could help you. Third, the latent dragon camp was a place to nurture martial artists. Not only would they not stop sparring, but they would also encourage it. However, all sparring and fighting must not kill or injure. Lastly, there was one more point. They were not allowed to bully the weak with numbers. All sparring and fighting had to be agreed upon by both parties. Through these 4 rules, it could be seen that the border general's mansion was much more protective of the weak martial artists than the Ling family. Being temporarily weak did not mean that they would be weak forever. They would be grateful to be protected and would be more willing to help in the future. On the contrary, if he ignored them, it would definitely cause resentment in their hearts. Sooner or later, something big would happen. In fact, in comparison, Ling Xiao preferred the second rule. Everything had to be fought for by oneself, and not be given out by others. This was relatively fairer, and martial artists would be more motivated. After receiving the 2 sets of training uniforms from the latent dragon camp, Jiuyu brought Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue to their residence. Considering the difference between men and women, the latent dragon camp also separated a row of bunks for the girls. Therefore, Miss Yixue didn't have to worry about sleeping or bathing. Jiuyu pointed at the rows of shared beds and introduced them. The food in the bunk isn't bad, but it's not delicious either. It can only ensure that you're full. Furthermore, because there are more people, the instructor can't teach you alone. Usually, it's a group lesson, and then you can comprehend it on your own. Furthermore, the instructor is at most a martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. In addition, there will be a monthly expenditure of 100 silvers, as well as 10 gangchi pills and 1 piece of lower-grade spirit stone. The food in the individual bunk is much better. Not only is the nutrition balanced, there are various choices. Moreover, everyone will have an individual martial master to guide them, and that person is at the 8th level of the martial vein. In addition, there will be a monthly expenditure of 10,000 silvers, as well as 100 gangchi pills and 10 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. As for the 3 individual bunks, it's even better. As long as it's something that you can find in Sky Cloud City and can afford, you can eat it. You can even enter and leave the military camp freely. The first rule is invalid to them. Of course, the other 3 rules still need to be followed. In addition, the most important thing is that they will have individual martial vein 9th level martial masters to guide them. They can even receive individual guidance from Marshal Lin. In addition, there will be a monthly expenditure of 10,000 silvers, as well as 1,000 gangchi pills and 100 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. Not knowing if it was because Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue were brought here by General Lin Zhe, Jiuyu was very patient with them and introduced the basic situation of the latent dragon camp in detail. The difference is so huge. If I want to stay in a better place, can I just challenge them directly? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. If a lower-level disciple challenges a higher-level disciple, the other party must accept it. Unless they are injured or sick, you can challenge whoever you want to get the individual bunk. It's the same if you want the individual bunk. Jiu nodded. All right, I understand. Thank you, General Jiu. Ling Xiao understood tacitly, but he wasn't in a hurry to challenge them. It wouldn't be too late to challenge them after he had familiarized himself with the situation here. Although he was very interested in the rewards of the higher-level disciples, Ling Xiao wasn't a reckless person. He wasn't sure of the specific abilities of the individual bunk and individual bunk practitioners. If he were to challenge them rashly and fail, it would definitely affect his future path as a practitioner. Let's go quickly. Someone wants to challenge the captain of the 10th team. Just as Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue were preparing to return to their bunks to rest, there was a commotion over there. What does the captain of the 10th team mean? Ling Xiao asked Jiu curiously. There are a total of 10 individual bunks. Not only do they represent the 10 outstanding geniuses of the latent dragon camp, but they are also the captains of the 10 squads. Whoever stays in the bunk will be the captain, and the people under him will have to listen to him. Jiu explained. As for the 3 individual bunks, they are the head captains and their deputies. You must have noticed that the bunk in the middle is better than the ones on the sides. Then you are? Oh, I'm sort of a military governor. I'm in charge of supervising the latent dragon camp. After all, these people don't have much experience. It's better to have an experienced helper. Jiu replied with a smile. All right, I've told you everything that needs to be said. You guys can do whatever you want. However, I suggest that you guys go over and watch the commotion. You guys can get a rough idea of the strength of the latent dragon camp so that it'll be easier for you guys to challenge them in the future. Thank you, General Jiu, for your advice. If you have something to do, please go ahead. We're fine with it. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. That's good. Jiu smiled and turned to leave. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue didn't enter the bunk. Instead, they went to watch the commotion with their training clothes. This was the first battle that they saw after coming to the latent dragon camp. Naturally, they had to pay more attention and not miss it. There was still some distance between the individual bunk and the bunk. However, both of them walked quickly. When they arrived, the battle hadn't started yet. TSK, today's battle is interesting. Zhang Yuan has only been here for 3 days and he dares to challenge the captains. There were many people watching the commotion, but most of them were disciples from the bunk. This Zhang Yuan can't be underestimated. He's only 16 years old, but he's already a martial artist at the peak of the 6th martial vein level. He's definitely talented. It's said that this kid has already condensed 99% of his sword essence. He's almost able to condense 10% of the broken sword soul. No wonder he's so arrogant. However, the 10 captains aren't easy to deal with. They're not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao observed the disciples from the bunk. Just as he had guessed, most of them were at the 5th martial vein level and above. There were also many at the 6th martial vein level. There were even a few who were at the peak of the 6th martial vein level. These people weren't old. The oldest was only 16 or 17 years old, and the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old. The latent dragon camp was indeed worthy of its name. Any one of the martial artists here was qualified to compete for the title of Tianfeng Cities for Young Masters. Fortunately, he came out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see the sky if he stayed at the bottom of the well. Chapter 145. There was not much difference in strength between the 10 individual rooms and the 10 captains, but there was definitely a gap. In order to give these people more motivation to improve, there was a difference in treatment between the 10 individual rooms. Of course, the difference was not as big as the difference between the 3 levels. It was a gradual process to go from the 10th to the 1st. Zhang Yuan was a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, which was the same cultivation as the 10 captains. He came from a town similar to Tianfeng City and was considered the #1 genius there. It was inevitable for him to be arrogant. Even so, he did not dare to challenge the captains at the top. Instead, he chose the 10th captain, the weakest one. Of course, according to him, this was called a sword test. If he succeeded, he would challenge the martial artists at the top. You want to challenge me? The door of the individual room opened and a man and a woman walked out. The man was the 10th captain, Ran, and the woman was his maid. The maid was usually carefully selected by the general's mansion. She was not weak and very loyal. Ran was a tall and thin man. He looked as if he would fly away with a gust of wind. His face was pale and he did not smile. He even kept coughing as if he was terminally ill. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was relieved. He smiled and said, "I'm Zhang Yuan, a new disciple of the latent dragon camp. I'm here to learn from you." Zhang Yuan did not have Ling Zhao's insight, so in his eyes, Ran was just a sickly man. However, Ling Zhao could see that Ran's strength was terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than Lin Qin. He should also have a broken martial soul. His sickly condition was most likely related to his damaged martial soul, and not a serious illness on his body. Ling Zhao could see that Ran's vitality was very strong. He did not look like he was dying at all. "Learn from me? Don't be so polite. Make your move. If you win, this room and the maid are yours." Ran put on a pair of gloves while coughing. Obviously, the gloves were not ordinary gloves. They should be made of precious materials such as silk. Together with his earth energy, they were as tough as swords. "That's good." Ling Zhao challenged Ran for a house and a maid, as well as better treatment and a better instructor. Since Ran was so sensible, there was no need to talk nonsense. His figure suddenly swayed, and the long sword in his hand trembled. A stunning sword technique was displayed. 9 Sword of Flowing Cloud. The sword art was a top-notch entry-level martial art, and so was the body art. Moreover, both of them had already been cultivated to perfection. No wonder this person dared to challenge a captain-level warrior. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. If such strength was placed in Tianfeng City, then besides Ling Zhao and Ling Yixue, no one would be able to suppress him. Ran only glanced at it indifferently. Her expression didn't change at all. Then she gently slapped out with her palm. Transforming Bone Soft Palm. His palm technique was very strange. It seemed light and without any power, but wherever the palm wind passed, there was actually an aura of death. A fallen leaf accidentally landed on the palm wind and instantly rotted and withered. It was also a top-notch entry-level martial art, and they were both at perfection. However, Ran's understanding of martial arts was clearly better than Zhang Yuan's. This palm strike was aimed at the weakest part of Zhang Yuan's sword art. Clang! Bang! When the top-notch martial arts of the same realm met, Zhang Yuan's expression changed. He quickly retreated, but even so, his right hand that was holding the sword was still trembling. He was about to throw the sword to the ground. Not only that, but a part of his sleeve was also clearly corroded. Astonishment. Horror. It was hard to describe Zhang Yuan's current mood. Although they were both at the same realm, there was actually such a huge difference in attack power. This could only mean that there was a huge gap between their martial arts techniques. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. Ran didn't have his mountain river martial soul, but he was still able to catch his opponent's flaw. This kind of person was very scary. Transforming Bone Wind. Ran didn't give Zhang Yuan any time to be surprised. After his first strike succeeded, he immediately followed up with a second strike. It was still the transforming bone soft palm, but there were some changes to the technique. The palm wind became more sinister, and even through his palms, one could faintly see a black aura emerging. This kind of aura made the martial artists who were watching the battle shudder. Some people even had auditory hallucinations, as if there were cries of ghosts and howls of wolves in their ears. 90% sword intent. Break! It was too late for Zhang Yuan to dodge. He didn't advance, but instead retreated. He increased his sword intent to 90%, and the transforming bone-soft palm's attack on his mind instantly dissipated. He stabbed his sword, trying to turn the tables. Sinister wind step. However, Ayn Rand seemed to have predicted this move. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Zhang Yuan. Transforming blood explosion. An even more terrifying martial arts technique was displayed. Ayn Rand's right hand was wrapped in a ball of blood-red light, and one could actually see a faintly discernible skull. A terrifying aura spread out, and many of the spectating disciples were shocked and retreated. With this, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue, who were originally standing at the back of the crowd, became the ones standing at the front. Wow, this transforming blood explosion should be a killing move that he comprehended from the transforming bone-soft palm. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. The 10 captains are all monsters. Their innate comprehension is too terrifying. I'm afraid none of us can block this palm. Don't forget that Ayn Rand hasn't used his Ayn Spirit Remnant Soul yet. Everyone's expression changed when Ayn Rand's Remnant Soul was mentioned. In fact, from Ayn Rand's attack style, it could be seen that he was an expert in evil martial arts techniques. There was no distinction between good and evil martial arts techniques. If this martial arts technique was used for good, it would naturally be a good martial arts technique. However, if it was used for evil, it would become an evil martial arts technique. This was also the reason why Ayn Rand was not kicked out of the latent dragon camp. Zhang Yuan won't be able to block this palm. Ling Xiao sighed. Now, he somewhat understood why Zhang Yuan dared to challenge a captain-level martial artist despite there being so many shared sleeping disciples. It was because the longer one stayed in the latent dragon camp, the more one would understand how terrifying the 10 captains were. Zhang Yuan was new and had only been here for 3 days, so he didn't know about this. Therefore, he had the boldness of a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. However, boldness was boldness, and strength was strength. It was normal for a newborn calf to be eaten by a tiger. 100% sword intent. Drifting cloud burial. At this critical moment, Zhang Yuan unleashed all of his potential. 100% sword intent was close to 10% of his remnant soul. Drifting cloud burial was the most powerful technique in the 9 drifting cloud swords. This sword seemed like it was going to pierce through the sky. The terrifying sword intent condensed on the long sword, forcing the surrounding disciples to take a few steps back. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue were standing in front of each other. It was very abrupt. Boom! The tip of the sword was blocked by a palm. The two of them clashed again. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that something sinister suddenly appeared behind Ayn Rand before disappearing in an instant. The moment that thing appeared, Ayn Rand's attack suddenly became much more powerful. That thing looked like a skeleton wearing a cloak. Its eyes were glowing red, and it was holding a book in its hand. It looked very evil. It should be Ayn Rand's remnant soul, Ayn Spirit Remnant Soul. Chapter 146. Ah! Zhang Yuan screamed as his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Not only that, but his clothes were also rotting. It was a horrifying sight. Ayn Rand had borrowed the power of the Ayn Spirit Remnant Soul and was extremely powerful. Zhang Yuan could not block it even with his 100% sword essence. If it wasn't for the 3rd rule in the latent dragon camp, you would have become a pile of rotten meat by now. The 3rd rule was that no one was allowed to kill or cripple someone. Ayn Rand glanced at Zhang Yuan and stood there with his palm. His gloomy eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. The gap between them is too big. The onlookers could not help but sigh. That's right. He's clearly at the same level of cultivation, but he defeated Zhang Yuan effortlessly. Of course, a martial artist with a 20% incomplete martial soul has a huge advantage over a martial artist without a martial soul. Ling Xiao listened to these people's discussions, but he had a different opinion. In fact, Ayn Rand could have defeated Zhang Yuan even without using the Ayn Spirit Remnant Soul. He just needed to spend more time. Ayn Rand had 2 advantages other than his incomplete martial soul. First of all, his combat skills were clearly derived from actual combat, and were definitely not something that a so-called genius like Zhang Yuan could compare with. Secondly, Yin Ran had a high comprehension ability. There were not many martial artists who could comprehend a killing move from martial arts. He was one of them. If the 10 captains of the latent dragon camp were all at this level, it would be terrifying. However, Ling Xiao had a feeling that Yin Ran was hiding his strength. He could sense a trace of a martial master's aura from him. Yishua, let's go. Ling Xiao had seen the captain's strength, so there was no need for him to stay. Stop! Yin Ran's gloomy voice was heard. Captain Yin, what can I do for you? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Yin Ran was not a martial master, so he was not afraid. Since the two of you have come out and I have come out of my room, why don't you play with me? Yin Ran said. Ling Xiao looked around and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that while everyone else was retreating, only he and Ling Yixue remained in their original positions, so it really looked like they were taking the initiative to step forward and challenge him. Of course, he didn't need to explain, nor did he want to. Challenging a captain was something that would happen sooner or later. Since the other party had made such a request, what was next was to follow. Junior brother, leave him to me. Ling Yixue smiled. To be honest, Ling Yixue was introverted. She didn't like to live with others, so she had long wanted a single room. However, she was kind and didn't know who to challenge. Now that Yin was asking for a beating, she didn't need to be so conflicted. Fine. Ling Xiao did not object. Because at present, Ling Yixue was stronger than him, and dealing with Yin Ran was a piece of cake. Even if Yin Ran had the remnant soul of a Yin spirit, it would be of no help. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. This little girl actually wants to challenge Yin Ran? I think he doesn't know what's good for him. Miss, be careful. This guy is very strange. Zhang Yuan had already changed his clothes. Anyway, he had a storage ring, so it was very convenient to change clothes. Seeing Ling Yixue's beauty, almost everyone would have a good impression of her, so it was normal to remind her. Thank you. Ling Yixue only nodded slightly, then looked at Yin Ran and said, You can make your move. Yin Ran revealed a sinister smile and said, Although I don't like to fight with women, since you want to come, then come. As a man, I'll give you the chance to make the first move. Ling Yixue sighed and said, Alas, why do some people just don't know how to cherish opportunities? As soon as she finished speaking, she had already rushed out. In just an instant, Yin Ran froze on the spot. His entire body was cold, and he couldn't move at all. Ling Yixue was a martial master. Even if she was only at the early 7th level of the martial vein, she was much more terrifying than a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Martial master! Heavens, no wonder this girl is so confident. She's so strong! Yin Ran is too unlucky. How did he offend such a monster? Ling Yixue returned to her original position. After a moment, Yin Ran also broke free from the frost. He solemnly cupped his hands towards Ling Yixue and said, I'm sorry for my rudeness. Yin Ran had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This house is yours. Ha ha ha, miss, his house is filled with yin qi. It's not comfortable to live in. Why don't you live with me? Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. It's the 9th captain, Tian Guang. This guy is the most lecherous. His qigong is terrifying. Even many martial masters at the early 7th level of the martial vein can't catch up to him. No wonder he dared to come over and tease this girl even though he knew her strength. Hee hee, there's a good show to watch. Ling Yixue didn't say anything because Ling Xiao spoke up. 9th Captain Tian Guang? I'm just worried about a house. Why don't you give me your house? What? Did I hear wrong? You want to challenge me? Tian Guang looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Among the 10 captains, he was one of the most difficult to deal with. If he couldn't win, he could run. No one could catch up to him. Usually, the common sleeping disciples wouldn't choose him. It was too strenuous and unrewarding. Yin Ran also looked at Ling Xiao curiously. After fighting with Ling Yixue, he no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. However, the others still laughed out loud. They felt that Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're stronger than me? Don't embarrass yourself. Zhang Yuan was very concerned about Ling Yixue. However, he wasn't so nice to Ling Xiao. This was probably the so-called like repel like and opposites attract. Ling Xiao ignored Zhang Yuan. He had seen a few of these frog-in-the-well geniuses. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He looked at Tian Guang and said, "The fourth rule of the latent dragon camp is that if a low-ranked disciple challenges a high-ranked disciple, the high-ranked disciple can't refuse unless the high-ranked disciple is seriously injured or sick." Brat, you're pissing me off. This happened in the latent dragon camp. If it happened outside, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Tian Guan used to be a womanizer. Lin Zhe recruited him to the latent dragon camp because he wanted him to turn over a new leaf so that he wouldn't ruin such a talented person. Unfortunately, it wouldn't take a day or two for him to change. Tian Guang's nature was hard to change. Not only was he lecherous, but he was also ruthless. When he said he would kill someone, he wasn't just talking about it. Ling Xiao didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Ling Yixue and said, "Senior sister, let's change rooms later." Ling Yixue blushed and lowered her head. "You have the final say. F***ck, it's like a fresh flower being stuck in a pile of cow dung. I'm so jealous. Where did this brat get such good luck to be favored by such a beauty? Humph, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. If he doesn't have the strength to be appreciated by a beauty, it'll be a curse." There were all kinds of discussions, but Ling Xiao ignored them. Chapter 147. Whoosh! Tian Guang suddenly moved. He was so fast that one could only vaguely see his afterimages on his path. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The scimitar in his hand slashed towards Ling Xiao's body. He was very confident in his saber technique. He could definitely injure Ling Xiao slightly, but at the same time, make him lose his ability to fight. That kid is finished. Yes, even if they are similar in strength, he can't use his saber technique against Captain Tian Guang's speed. Serves him right. He overestimated himself. Kid, I know you're a genius that General Lin found, but here, you have to rely on your abilities. Tian Guang sneered. His scimitar was about to cut Ling Xiao's body. Suddenly, the figure in front of him disappeared. Who are you talking to? Behind him. Tian Guang was shocked. What the hell? How did this kid suddenly appear behind me? Could it be that his body technique is faster than mine? Could it be that I didn't see him clearly? Was it an illusion? No, his body technique was too fast. The young men who were watching the battle no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. His body technique alone was enough for him to gain a foothold in the latent dragon camp. Blood Moon Saber Technique! Tian Guang was not a bad person. Although he was shocked by Ling Xiao's sudden appearance behind him, he was not prepared. At this critical moment, he did not panic and casually slashed his scimitar behind him. It was the Blood Moon Saber Technique, a top-notch entry-level saber technique. The Blood Moon Saber Technique was known for being unpredictable. It could be used from any position. In the latent dragon camp, many martial artists were defeated by Tian Guang's saber technique. Even the few captains who were ranked at the top would have a headache when they saw this saber technique. This showed how difficult it was to deal with this saber technique. In particular, Tian Guang's body technique and saber technique were a perfect match. Others could not tell, but they could tell that Tian Guang's saber technique contained the mysterious power of his martial soul. However, it was still a remnant soul. At that instant, Ling Xiao vaguely saw a thin old man behind Tian Guang. The old man looked no different from an ordinary person, except that he held a scimitar in his hand that was almost identical to Tian Guang's scimitar. In the sacred dynasty of the human clan, there was an expert who used a machete. He was known as Ancestor Blood Machete. This person was already a transcendent realm expert, but because he killed too many innocent people, he was killed by an even stronger martial artist. Who would have thought that after this person's death, his remnant soul would not dissipate, and would actually become Tian Guang's broken martial soul? For a long time, humans had never fully understood how a martial soul was formed. They only knew that it was a type of spiritual energy. It could be said that the martial soul was the most mysterious and magical thing in the world. With the blessing of Blood Blade's remnant soul, the power of Tian Guang's slash had increased significantly, including its speed and power. It even contained a murderous aura that could make people dizzy. This killing intent definitely didn't come from Tian Guang himself, but from his broken martial soul. Your broken martial soul is interesting, but it's still useless in front of me. Ling Xiao hadn't used King of 10,000 Humans' ghost ship remnant soul since he obtained it. Today, he planned to test the power of this remnant soul in his hands. Ghost ship crossing! He shouted in a low voice, and a shadow appeared behind him. A ghost ship whizzed toward Tian Guang's machete. The color of this ghost ship was obviously more realistic than King of 10,000 Humans. As it whizzed, it was as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Even the giant beasts in the sea would be smashed into pieces. Clang! Tian Guang's machete was almost deformed from the collision. He also flew backward with his butt facing the sand, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the air, he somersaulted a few times to avoid falling to the ground. He staggered and stood there. You've already lost! Ling Xiao stopped attacking. He had just arrived and didn't want to offend anyone. I haven't lost yet. I didn't expect you to have a broken martial soul. Then let's compete and see whose remnant soul is more powerful. Ling Xiao wanted to save some face for Tian Guang. But Tian Guang didn't appreciate it. As he roared, the shadow of Blood Knife Ancestor behind him became more and more realistic. 20% broken martial soul. I haven't seen Tian Guang use this kind of broken martial soul against a common room disciple. It's rare to see a human-shaped remnant soul. The surrounding people started discussing. That kid's remnant soul should be the ghost ship's remnant soul of the Wan family. How could he have it? Is he from the Wan family? What a joke. The Wan family has the ghost ship's remnant soul, but it doesn't mean that the ghost ship's remnant soul is exclusive to the Wan family. The world is big, and we've broadened our horizons today. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about the use of the ghost ship's remnant soul. Because as this person said, the ghost ship's remnant soul wasn't exclusive to the Wan family. Tian Guang, since you want to continue, I'll accompany you to the end. Since someone didn't want to give him face, Ling Xiao didn't need to be polite. Ghost ship breaking waves! Ling Xiao pushed forward with both hands. The ghost ship turned into a giant shadow, faster and more powerful than before. This was a move that even the king of 10,000 people couldn't comprehend. Ling Xiao had perfected the ghost ship's remnant soul to 30%, so he comprehended it. Its power was stronger than the ghost ship crossing and ghost ship explosion. Blood saber slash. Tian Guang naturally didn't dare to be careless. He raised his scimitar and slashed forward. The giant energy shadow merged with the scimitar in the hands of the blood saber ancestor, and its power increased greatly. This is Tian Guang's strongest attack. He sighed and said. If he still can't win, then he'll be embarrassed this time. Boom! It was an overwhelming advantage. The ghost ship crashed into the scimitar, and instantly shattered the scimitar's remnant shadow. Tian Guang was sent flying by the huge impact, and the scimitar slipped out of his hand. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood, drawing an ugly arc in the air. Boom! He fell heavily to the ground, and his eyes lost their color. This scene caused everyone who saw it to be extremely astonished. Tian Guang, who was known for his body movement and saber art, was not only inferior to someone in body movement for the first time, but his saber art was also easily defeated. The most terrifying thing was that this person's cultivation was lower than Tian Guang's. That was your strongest move just now, right? Tian Guang struggled to sit up from the ground and asked Ling Xiao. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I want to hear the truth. Ling Xiao sighed and said, The truth is it's not my strongest move, and it's just an ordinary move that I use to practice. Hearing this, Tian Guang's face changed. After a long time, he stood up, took his scimitar, and turned to leave. Before he left behind a few words. My room is yours. Now I understand what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. It seems like it's time for me to cultivate seriously. I hope you won't be defeated by others. I will come and challenge you again. I'll be waiting, but you have no hope. Those who have been defeated by me have no chance to win against me. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Tian Guang's body trembled, but he didn't say anything and chose to leave. Although you're not as strong as this beauty, in my opinion, you're more terrifying than her. He stared at Ling Xiao and said. Same to you. Didn't you hide your strength too? Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.